p.m. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. If I could ask someone from staff, Mr. Smathers, can you move that flagpole as well now so that way we can see the screens? Thank you so much. Right. And we have Mr. Morgenser here for the 5 principles of a cruiser.
Yes, we've had such an amazing start to the school year. I want to thank the students and the teachers, especially. Building this Cruiser PLC is built around 5 principles. I'm going to say them now, and you're welcome to say them along with me. We focus on learning, we collaborate, we take responsibility, we ask what are the results, we decide what to do next. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Dattelberger?
Here.
Mr. Bauer? Here. Ms. Gray?
Here.
Mr. Kirschner? Here. Ms. Walsh?
Here.
All right, thank you so much. All present and accounted for. Mr. Vice President, if we could have the review of the belief statement and board norms.
We believe all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to support the mission and vision of the district, be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings, respect one another as elected representatives of the community, be open-minded, and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. Allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard and listen to all perspectives with an open mind. Stay focused on the task at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. Maintain confidentiality and communicate per board policies. Ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And after a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice, no matter the outcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. At this time, we know what today is. It is September 11th, and I would like for us all to take a moment of silence for that, if you do not mind. Thank you. And we have a couple moments that we've lost a pillar in our community, Mr. Bruce Jarvis, and would like to have a moment of silence for him as well, please. Thank you. And last, and unfortunately, we have to do this, but the high school shooting in Georgia, I would like to take a moment of silence for those students and families and those teachers who lost their lives protecting our students. Thank you. I know that that was a lot, but even though it was not our district, it still impacts us. And every educator I know is hurting. Any school board member, anyone who's a human should be. So I wanted to make sure we acknowledge that, and everyone is in our prayers and thoughts. On to the adoption of our meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. I have a few things I would like to. We do not need executive session, so we'll be removing that from the agenda this evening. So no executive session, which is item J1 and then K1. So those two items are now removed.
So, Madam President, I
Yep.
would like us to add an executive session, J, what would be 1 now, recommendation that the Board of Education adjourn to executive session for the purpose of considering the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, and compensation of a public employee. So, like my motion to add that to the agenda.
I would like that as well.
So you were the second, John?
Yes.
Okay. We have roll call on the motion to add executive session. I know that our legal counsel is not here. So if it's dealing with anything.
We don't we don't need legal counsel for this discussion at this point, and maybe in the future we will. But Mr. Kirshner's been asking for this for a couple board meetings, and I have also asked for it prior to this board meeting.
That is correct. There's been several requests for several items, and I've responded to your email explaining how we're adding things to the agenda. We will vote on that, but I am definitely not in agreement to add executive session without legal counsel present, especially when we're dealing with matters dealing with employees at this time.
So we have had for months, we had 2 items of sexual hostile claims from students, one from another student and one from staff. And the one student reported directly to us at a large event, and that was discussed further with you. And what one executive session we did have, we were given information that in no way matches what the family is representing. And
So,
it's
Mr.
our duty. Let me finish, please. It's our duty as a board to provide oversight. I've asked for information outside this meeting, and I've not gotten it. So I think it's derelict for us to continue to push this thing down the road and refuse to provide information for those of us who really want to make sure that this was correctly reported and resolved. And this goes back many months. This goes back to our meeting where we had everybody at the high school and the state of the district. Okay, this goes back that far, and I've been asking, and we keep dodging, and I just think it's so wrong. I can't say any more than that.
Well, I appreciate your comments. One, it's not wrong, and we are not dodging anything. For the record, you've been communicated multiple times by legal counsel about the set issues that you're discussing. So it's nothing new here. It's just nothing that we can discuss in public. So as I stated before, I do not recommend us having executive session for that particular Ohio Revised Code this evening without legal counsel present. It is not to dodge anything. You have been communicated with appropriately, and we cannot discuss that further here in the public forum. Thank you.
Well, why isn't legal counsel arranged since I've asked for this?
Mr.
month after
Kirshner,
month?
Mr. Kirshner, legal counsel is not here. It's not that it was not arranged, but it was not something that was on the agenda right now today.
I'm sorry. It's not.
Legal counsel is not here
Why?
because they're not.
No one asked?
Mr. Kirshner, that was not an item on the agenda.
I would like
Yeah,
So we're not
that's
gonna
why
debate.
We're having the
We're
exact
moving
same
forward.
discussion.
Mr.
Thank you.
Kirshner.
Yes.
Mr. Kirshner,
Yes. What?
thank you. We're moving forward with our meeting this
Great.
evening. Thank
Great.
you so much.
We all know where you stand.
Mr. Kirshner, we're not going to do that this evening. Thank you. So we're removing the 2 executive sessions. There's been a motion to add that. If we could have roll call for that, Mr. Treasurer.
This is for the executive
To
session.
re-add.
Kathy first, second. Okay. Ms.
Correct.
Deliberator?
No.
Mr. Bauer?
No.
Mrs. Gray?
No.
Mr. Kirshner?
Yes.
And Ms. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion fails. Can I have the roll call for the agenda
Nope, I
approval?
still have another comment I would like to have changed on the agenda. I would like to move a motion, I make a motion that we move item E3 to M, innovation and accountability and update. And here's the reason why I'll have to wait for a second.
I will second that motion.
So the reason I'm making this motion, this is a 74-page presentation. First time I've seen information about this. We just did our facilities planning, and that was not part of it, even though this is a facility plan. I think we should wait till the end of the meeting so that we're not bogging down our meeting for the rest of our attendees here.
Mr. Superintendent, is that will the full 74 pages be presented today?
No, the full 74 page will not be presented today, and the reason it's there, as we've discussed, the most important thing we do is instruction and learning, and so we put instruction and learning as an early presentation to make sure that we get to that and the board has access to it while we're fresh, because we've had concerns about the length of some of our meetings. So that's the nature of why the meeting has been organized that way, to make sure we talk about our need for high quality instruction and program development first.
If anything, if we could, we can vote on this motion, but at a minimum, if we could just maybe add them at the end so our guests that are here to present, if we can still have them in section E, but just move them to the end so our two guests can present. But as you stated, we want to do the board business first, and that is teaching and learning. So that is why that is at the top of the agenda. If we could have roll call for Ms. Walsh's motion, please.
Can I get a clear understanding what that was again?
She wants to move E3 down to M.
E3 down to N?
To M, which is the innovation and accountability update, which is all of the teaching and learning updates and things of that nature.
So M1 would then move to M2, correct? This would be M1, and then motion to adjourn would be M2.
M would be comments, announcements. We would move comments, announcements to N, and adjournment
Well,
to
she
O.
said M, but so really it would go to.
It would simply shift M and N down.
M would be moved, M adjournment would be moved to N.
Yeah. Comments would be N, adjournment would be 0. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. We can have roll call for that motion, please.
Yes, Ms. Deliberations,
No.
Mr. Bauer,
No.
Ms. Gray,
No.
Mr. Kirschner,
Yes.
and Ms. Walsh.
Yes.
Motion fails. I would like to make a motion just to move the innovation and accountability update just to from E3 to E5, and so it would just shift 4 and 5 up if that's okay. Do I have a second?
Woman.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So I got 2. So who's going to take it?
I don't care.
You can have it.
This motion is to go from E3 to E5.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, and that's still gonna be before all of our board business, and this is new business, it's just, this meeting's gonna go until like 1 o'clock in the morning because of this. Why don't we have a special meeting for this item, 74-page presentation?
As stated,
This is just, okay,
as stated, Mr. Superintendent, and I've also kind of made eye contact with our lovely team here who's in front of us. It is a 10-minute presentation. I believe the other items are there for your reading pleasure as you prepare for your board meetings. So thank you. If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
well, wait a minute, I didn't understand what you said there.
I said that Mr. Superintendent already made it very clear that the reason why the innovation and accountability update is at the beginning of the meeting is because that is what's most important, which are our students. And this is dealing with their education and their learning. I've also made eye contact with our lovely team here from Innovation and Accountability and our Director of Instruction, and they're sharing that it is 10 minutes. So it's the additional information there was just for your review. So then it's a 10-minute presentation. So it's not a review of all 74 pages. And Mr. Superintendent also confirmed that. Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, if we could have roll call, please.
And just make sure the motion, we're moving from E3 to E5.
That is correct, sir.
Latoya's first and Livio second.
That's correct, sir.
All right, Mrs. Deliberations,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Ms. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. So we have an agenda. And now we
One
have
other
to do.
thing I would like to add, because we've asked for it for, I sent you an email, you said stuff was added, nothing was added. We've been asking for this for 2 board meetings. In fact, we asked for it at the end of the board meeting, at the last board meeting. And that was, I make a motion to add under F, board item 4, Transportation Committee for the purpose of developing a plan to bring transportation in-house for the 25-26
Walsh.
school year.
Ms. Walsh, I do want to state that with that would be a violation and we would be bargaining outside. So I would recommend we do not. That is why that is not on the agenda. So we definitely will be very careful. I also ran your questions to legal counsel. So that particular item will not be added.
Yeah, could you send me an email on that? Because I'm not sure why that would be, but I will. Okay.
I'll have legal counsel contact you again. So again, those items that you sent, I responded back. We did add some, but there were several items. It was a fairly long list, and all of those would not have been added with the other board business we need to have.
One moment, please. We're having a sidebar.
We were talking about Mrs. Walsh emailed around 4 o'clock too. She said she was going to move the consent items down to be voted on individually.
Yeah.
So,
But,
And
so.
we did that. We have all the consent items out.
okay, we're good. I just make
Yeah,
sure we
that's already done. We
Okay,
did that when we prepared.
All right,
Okay.
good.
Yep, because they're all under the superintendent's
Yes, they are.
agenda.
I already did it.
Yeah, that was done. That's correct.
Okay.
So we
For-
did, you
for-
requested that as well.
For clarification, could you please state regarding, I didn't quite follow regarding the transportation in-house. It wasn't something to be done today. That was long-term planning. What was the issue?
When I spoke with legal counsel on that item, that it would be a bargaining issue. So we want to make sure that we're in compliance and work with our legal counsel.
So, yeah, what we were proposing was nothing along the lines of bargaining or interruption of existing contract.
I understand that. However, your email was very vague. So what you provided is what I shared with legal counsel, and that is the guidance that they provided this board, is which I'm rendering here.
Is there a reason that wasn't shared with the board? Can that be shared now? We're in a board meeting. Did you send me that email?
There was not an email, ma'am. There was a conversation. So once again, I will have legal counsel reach out to
Do
you
you have
both.
notes from that
I will provide
conversation?
Ms. Walsh. I will have legal counsel get with you and Mr. Kirshner on your concerns.
And you're saying legal counsel advised you that we could not have a committee to look at the feasibility of
Ms.
bringing
Walsh,
that in-house. Is
Ms.
that what
Walsh,
you're
no,
saying?
I didn't say that. That's not. We're talking about the bargaining. But what we're going to do is we're
I'm
going to
not
move
talking
forward
about
with
bargaining. I'm asking for a committee to look at the feasibility of bringing transportation in-house. Did,
Mi-
did
At
anybody
the end
second
of
that?
at the end of contract, not.
Well, that's not that's not what was provided in the email. That is what you're discussing now. So we can move forward, but we're moving forward.
I second the motion to add that.
May we have roll call, please?
Mrs. Dottelberg,
No.
Mr. Bauer,
No.
Ms. Gray,
No.
Mr. Kirshner,
Yes.
and Ms. Walsh.
Yes. And for the record, the details of said motion was not provided prior to this meeting, so that can be on record and for the YouTube video. Thank you. What's your next motion?
That's it.
That's it? Great. On to public participation. And I have to read the, oh,
We have to
adopted
adopt the
agenda,
agenda.
sorry. We've had so many motions, so if I could have the final approval and roll call, please, for the agenda now that we have.
Mrs. Dottelberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner,
No.
and Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes on to public participation. I got a little something I need to read, so give me a second. Our board booklet was a little big this time. Got a lot of great stuff that we're working on, so I want to read that. All meetings of the board and board-appointed committees are open to the public. In order for the Board of Education to fulfill its obligation to complete the planned agenda in an effective and efficient fashion, a maximum of 30 minutes of public participation may be permitted to each regular Board of Education meeting. Each person addressing the board shall give his or her name, address, phone number, or organization represented, if any, and pertinent background information. If several people wish to speak, each person is allotted 3 minutes until the total time of 30 minutes is used. During that period, no person may speak twice until who desire to speak have had the opportunity to do so. Persons desiring more time should submit their request in writing to the Board of Education office or email public.comment@gocruisers.org 7 days prior to the scheduled meeting. The period of public participation may be extended by a majority vote of the board members present and voting. Please remember that law permits discussion of specific employees or their job performance at a public meeting. State law does allow for discussions by board members regarding employees in executive session of the board. So I have about 4 today. The first person is Miss Cheryl Irving, please.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Ann Raver Irving. From 1983 to 2013, until retirement, I taught French, German, and Spanish at Groveport Madison High School. I am also a United States Fulbright Teacher Scholar. I wish to applaud the school board for attempting to right the wrong done to the students of Groveport by a previous superintendent, Dr. Mackley, and past board president, Nancy Gillespie, in February of 2012, when they disenfranchised over 200 French students by eliminating the French program and telling those students, quote, French is not important. This district in the past has not only eliminated French, but also German as well as Chinese. I see that in the current program, 4 years of French has been restored. So I applaud you for that. In order to better direct you, please be informed that linguistic scientists years ago in this country have determined that if world language education is not begun until after age 12, fluency will most likely not be achieved. Truly, you all do not bear all the responsibility for an antiquated denial of linguistic science. The Department of Education of Ohio and most school boards and state departments of education in the United States are committing the same error in judgment, which only serves to handicap American students in our very global world. The majority of countries in this world begin world language programs in kindergarten and require that students study their chosen world language through their senior year. Herein lies your answer to the question of why the United States is failing to compete well internationally, be it in technology, business, diplomacy, etc. Lack of linguistic knowledge leads to cultural, historical, political ignorance, which paints the U.S. as a laughingstock globally. So I repeat that I thank you for looking ahead and trying to rectify that. I know there is a lack of teachers, and the universities are changing their programs, which handicaps school boards and people also. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Dave Reynolds, please. Mr. Superintendent. You're welcome.
Just would like to follow up with the last board meeting. Also want to cover a few Ohio administrative codes for safe conditions of playgrounds. One is 3301-3505. States that the Code of Health and Safety Standards of Ohio Schools, it requires school buildings and premises, including playgrounds, to be kept in safe and good repair. Okay. Additionally, Ohio Revised Code 3313.77, public use of school property. This code allows the public to use school playgrounds, fields, and other facilities outside of school hours. While not directly focused on safety, it indirectly ties to ensuring the safety of playgrounds. If they were to be used by the public, you can look that one up on your own. Anyway, another thing I like to address. I went to the schools. I looked. I go to Sedalia because I pick up my son. The slide was removed that was broken, but now there's just like a gaping hole where the slide used to be, where you can fall 4 feet. The same playground that has the rusted steps, where like you could, hit your shin, get tetanus. That's still there. The wood beam was removed, right? You guys did that Tuesday, the day before, when you happened to also get the report from a playground company during the business update. Ironically, the day before the meeting, which was amazing. Also, this is supposed to be done consistently, and we did pass an operating bond, did we not? In addition to that, maybe by the next meeting, or maybe on the website, I'm not sure if I'm aware of where this is at. Drinking water rules, lead and copper rules, the yearly pipe flushing. These are codes 3745-81. Ohio Revised Code 6109, Safe Water Drinking Act. No big deal, right? Those built before 1990, so it's supposed to be done yearly. It's supposed to be made public. I'd like to see those if that's available. Let me know where they're at. School facilities and grounds. That's another topic. 3301 3505. Air quality for HVAC. 3701-454. And the last thing I just would like to comment on the idea of a superintendent getting 2 raises within a year. Just and then getting an expense to travel, $7,200 a year, and having not possibly been to these schools. Because if you would have been there, you probably would have done something about it. I would hope. If you haven't been there, then that might show some neglect. So on everyone's part up here, and those that voted on it during a special meeting, that's being investigated, and all these other things that we can't talk about.
Thank you.
30 seconds next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Kenyatta Combo, please. It was brought to my attention by our communications director. Ms. Comwell has requested time, as it's mentioned in our board packet, as well as our website. So I'd like to make a motion to extend her time by 2 minutes, if there's a second.
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 All right, I have Mr. Bauer. We have roll call for that. Mr. Treasurer, please.
Ms. Dettelberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kenyatta Conwell. As many of you know, I became interested and got involved in the district after my oldest son, who is now a senior, was involved in an altercation at the high school. I attended a board meeting and listened to all the naysayers, the I'll do this and thaters, along with many other negative comments. I got involved, have remained involved, have shown support, and many, if not all of those whom I just described are no longer around. In fact, you only see many of those people when there's something to complain about. So approximately 2 years later, I'm still attending board meetings, still involved in safety committee, and look forward to participating on the parent advisory board. I've learned in life that if you're not part of the solution, you're essentially part of the problem. My problem this evening is with you, Mr. Kirschner, and you, Ms. Walsh, making inquiries about myself and my children, questioning why my children are in this district, why am I in this district. In my research, I'm having trouble finding where and how these inquiries fit into your roles as board members to request particular information about parents and students. If you are not requesting resident information on all students and parents in the Groveport district, then I am highly convinced that myself and my children are being targeted by you, and I take great offense to such actions. You may not like what I believe. You may not like what I say. You may not like whom and what I support. You may not like my involvement. But what you may not do is anything that will impact the education of my children. I realize, Mr. Kirschner, that my children do not fit your definition of diversity, as you so offensively comment on Facebook. However, regardless of how you may think or feel, my children have a right to an education. It seems to me that you're more interested in the input of community members that show division, confusion, and negativity rather than input and work that puts the children of this community at the forefront. It seems to me that you both have a problem with my involvement and are looking for a way for me to leave. Trust me when I say that I strive to do all things in decency and in order. With all of the work that needs to be done in this district, I'm baffled at how you have the time to research where I lay my head at night, but you don't have time to pick up an agenda from this location once a month. You sat in an August board meeting and acted as though you were concerned about children being removed from schools in the district while secretly trying to figure out a way to remove mine. I see now, again, due to your inappropriate posts on Facebook, that your concern is about some children, not all. Due to life, my children attend Groveport under McKinney-Vento, since you must know. since you need to know that. They attend under McKinney-Vento. The next time you want to know something about me and my children that affects their education, ask me. Don't send emails. Don't hide. Come to the source. Come to the source. I had to explain to my children my son missed his last day of school because he's a senior. My youngest son missed his first day of seventh grade and his first scrimmage as a middle school football player.
And what would
Not
that,
okay.
what
Not
does that
okay.
have to do
We're
with
gonna,
me?
Mr. Kirshner, we're gonna let,
Yeah.
we didn't interrupt
So,
anyone else. We're
Oh,
gonna
I
let her
thought she
finish.
was done.
She's
Thought
not
she was
done.
done.
She
Let
still
me
has her
know.
time.
we
Please
believe
add another minute to her time. Thank you.
we believe all cruisers are valuable, right? My children are cruisers. They're valuable. Why is she in the district? Why are they in the district? I just told you. Now what?
Let me know when
Any further, and let me make myself real clear. Any further inquiries about myself or my children, I will consider as retaliation. And I'm not going to continue to only address you on this board meeting. I will seek other action, whatever that looks like, but it will be legal recourse behind it. Do not ask not one other question about me or my children. Don't send an email. Don't make a phone call unless it's to Kenyatta Conwell.
All right. Well,
Thank you, Ms. Conwell.
all right. That is not how it works. I do not contact individuals from the community, and you weren't singled out for any racial thing or anything else. No, you had.
You're lying. Are you gonna sit here and tell me you didn't send an email asking why is she in the
Yeah,
district?
if I could
Miss-
now,
All
what
right,
is happening
where are
here?
we on time?
lying.
You're,
Let her
where-
interrupt him.
well, no, no,
You
no, no,
interrupted
no,
her.
No, she's sitting down.
I can stand.
Okay. So there were complaints from the community. I didn't generate your name.
Well, let's
No,
just state we're gonna go ahead and just
no,
finish
I'm not.
here.
I'm not
We
lying.
have another person,
Of what?
Ms. Conwell.
Complaints of you
Miss
not
Com-
living in the district and your children going.
Ms. Conwell, Mr. Kirshner, we'll
Yeah.
take this offline. Thank you. We have another person for public
Ridiculous.
participation.
Wait, well,
We
I
have
have
another
questions
person
for
for.
Ms. Conwell. Who told
We
you
have another.
I have a right to ask questions? Our policy
Walsh,
says
Walsh,
we do.
Miss Walsh.
She's making accusations that are not true.
Miss Walsh, there's been several people that have come here that have made accusations against all of us, and none of us have behaved
So
the way
you
you
would be all
or
right with
Mr.
people
Kirshner
coming and
have.
making untrue accusations
They did.
against you, Madam President?
They did. They said that I treated you badly, and they said that I was against disabled people, and I let them say whatever they needed to say because that is their right, and that is my
I have a right
fiduciary
to ask
duty
her
to
questions
listen to
about
what the
what she said.
constituents
That's
have
what
to
our
say
policy
and
says.
carry on with the board meeting. The next person up is Miss Nana Watson. If you could please come to the front. Thank you. Here you go, Mr. Superintendent.
Good evening, Board President Latoya Dow Berger and members of the board and superintendent. I'm Nana Watson, president of the Columbus branch of the NAACP. I am here to express our outrage at the blatant racism that exists on this board. We will not tolerate the behavior of elected officials who are supposed to represent the entire community, but instead engage in device and harmful conduct. Board Member Kirshner, it is unacceptable for you to post a photo on Facebook comparing a Black woman and a white woman in a boxing ring to a news story about 3 women accused of running an elder fight club. This comparison is not only inappropriate, but perpetrates harmful racial stereotypes. Additionally, Board Member Walsh, your silence in response to a post caption, "What about a fight night in Groveport?" featuring you versus President Berger is equally troubling. By not addressing or condemning such a post, you have implicitly condoned it. Your lack of action speaks volumes and suggests your agreement with this offensive content. This community, along with the NAACP, is appalled by this behavior. You are elected officials responsible for setting an example for the students in this district, a district that includes 3,000 plus Black students out of 6,000. Board Member Kirschner, your additional comment responding to Shannon Henry, yes, you nailed it. As long as diversity is one color, we are rocking it. It is further proof of the deep-seated racism you hold. Does the rest of this board agree with such harmful perspective? If not, why are you planning? If not, what are you planning to do to address the racism that exists within this school district? It is clear you only see one color, your own.
Wow.
The NAACP demands that this board take immediate action. We expect the following: a public apology from board members Kirschner and Walsh for their racist and inappropriate comments, mandatory diversity, equity, and inclusion training for all board members with a focus on anti-racism, a formal review of the board members' conduct with consequences for those who continue to engage in behavior that perpetrates racism, a commitment to fostering an inclusive environment for all students and families in this district, regardless of race. We will not rest until meaningful steps are taken to eradicate racism from this board and ensure that all students are represented fairly and equitably. Shame on you for your actions. Parents and families in this district deserve better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Thank you so much, Tri, for time.
I couldn't thank you more for making my point. Thank you.
On to
Wrong
our
answer.
recognitions and presentations. Mr. Superintendent.
Okay, we have a couple recognitions this month. One is to recognize September 11th as Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance. By joint resolution approved on December 18th, 2001, Congress designated September 11th of each year as Patriot Day, and by public law 11113, Congress has requested the observance of September 11th as an annually recognized National Day of Service and Remembrance. Whereas on September 11th, 2001, terrorists hijacked 4 civilian aircraft, crashing 2 of them into the towers of the World Trade Center in New York City and a third into the Pentagon outside of Washington, D.C. The 4th hijacked aircraft crashed in southern Pennsylvania after passengers tried to take control of the aircraft in order to prevent hijackers from crashing the aircraft into an important symbol of democracy and freedom. Whereas these attacks were by far the deadliest terror attacks ever launched against the United States, killing thousands of innocent people, and whereas in the aftermath of the attacks, the people of the United States stood united in providing support for those in need. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America, and Congress has assembled, designation of September 11th as Patriot Day. Chapter 1 of Title 36 United States Code is amended, adding the end of the following section of Patriot Day. Proclamation requested each year, the proclamation calling on state and local governments and people of the United States to observe Patriot Day, and departments, agencies, and instrumentalities of the United States and interested organizations display the flag of the United States at half-staff on Patriot Day in honor of the individuals who lost their lives as a result of the terrorist attacks in the United States that occurred on September 11th. And the people of the United States observe a moment of silence on Patriot Day in honor of the individuals who lost their lives as a result of the terrorist attacks against the United States that occurred on September 11th. Groveport Madison District Board of Education proclaims September 11th as Patriot Day and a National Day of Service and Remembrance.
So moved.
Second.
Gray first, Mr. Bowers second. If we could have roll call, Mr.
I
Treasurer.
have a question. Why, this is great, appreciate it. Why are we not able to get better ahead of adopting these things? Are we not typically a month or 2 out, or how does that work?
We typically recognize the dates and months of recognition in the meeting of that month. Okay. And it just happens that the meeting of that month is today.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. That's been the practice at least since 2020. If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Ms. Deliberations.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Right, motion passes.
Our second recognition tonight, the superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Board of Education adopt a resolution recognizing September as National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month. To recognize Latino, Latinx Heritage Month by honoring the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America, Spain, Brazil, and other mestizo or indigenous groups. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month, also known in more inclusive terms as Latino Latinx Heritage Month, was first observed in 1968 under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded to National Hispanic Heritage Month by President Ronald Reagan and enacted into law as an annual proclamation in 1988 to a month-long period starting September 15th. And whereas the law celebrated Hispanic and Latina, and Latinx Americans, the anniversaries of independence for the Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, while Mexico and Chile celebrate September 16th and 18th, respectively. And whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month begins on September 15th and ends on October 15th, at the time of the proclamation designated the term Hispanic was a term used by the U.S. Census to describe people of Spanish-speaking origin and ancestry. To be more inclusive of multiple identities, indigenous, Brazilian, and others, the district has titled the celebration month Latino, Latinx Heritage Month. And whereas no matter the term we choose to use, whether it be Latino, Latinx, or Chicano, Hispanic, we refer to people whose rich history and those who positively influenced and enriched our nation, our society, our community, our state, and our schools through their work and commitment to our community, have a deep value of culture, social justice, and liberty. And whereas throughout history and until today, Latino, Latinx people have made significant contributions in the fields such as education, government, science, law, medicine, entertainment, literature, sports, military, thereby enhancing and shaping the vibrancy of the United States with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their communities. And whereas the Board of Education believes that each and every student is to be celebrated and appreciated for the distinct and vibrant contributions made by sharing cultures, language, ideas, beliefs, and values with the school community, now therefore let it be resolved the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education proclaims Latino, Latinx Heritage Month, September 15th to October 15th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Bauer. We can have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
I have a question. How are we celebrating the culture? What do we have planned for the month, please?
A little bit later tonight, I think Mr. Green's going to give us dates for the Hispanic. Are we talking about the Hispanic Heritage? Why don't you come up and go ahead and address it now? Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And I apologize, Dr. Green.
And if I could give some context, working with the Student Advisory Council, this will be year 2 for me in the middle school and the high school. Working with the students, they wanted to ensure that we did something for every ethnicity month of observance. So we have taken that on as one of our causes, both in the high school and the middle school, to provide things to the elementary schools, as well as putting on program for the other groups. So we'll start the Hispanic Heritage Month portion. I've already received emails from our students to pick up that work again. So that is where this originated from originally for that.
And the high school advisory committee is going to be participating in this, correct?
Yes, it's high school
Perfect.
and middle school. Middle school kind of does more things in the building, and then is trying to also give back to the elementary, and then working with high school, especially some of the 8th graders. So we haven't worked out all the particulars, but that was the planning we were in last year. We did do some other work with with Black Women History Month, which was April. So we've done a lot of things with our students on student advisory.
And just to add to that, good evening, everyone. So we are doing some plans at the high school. I know I spoke with Mr. Albin recently about Hispanic Heritage Month. So he is working with our ESL teachers to see exactly how they can be a part of that conversation, since we do have a large ESL student population at the high school. So we are planning to do that, in addition to what Mrs. Daldo-Berger said about the advisory committees. So that's underway. We have a meeting coming up for the Diversity Engagement Council next week on the 18th from 6 to 7, and all of you and everyone else in the community is invited to participate. That's via Zoom, so I can share that information. But we do have plans within our school, starting with our high school, to do celebrations and appreciation of Hispanic Heritage Month, and we're doing that with other months as well. So that is ongoing and will continue.
And the specific ask from the students was that it mirror the Black History Program format. So they want to do something where they actually get to showcase their heritage, whether it's with a fashion show, talent show, and it's going to be student led, student focused, and also diversity engagement. We're going to plug it again, Dr. Green. We've always been invited as a board to attend, whether we do or don't, and it's always been out to the community. So that's nothing new. I just wanted to make sure, for the record, invitations have been sent to all board members for quite some time.
And just to add to that, too, for Black History Month, we're looking at the 27th of February to do an event, and we're hoping to combine the Black History Month showcase with the event that we did this past year, so we can have something that's more collaborative, and then we can get a larger turnout with attendance. So we're planning to do some discussion about that coming up in next week's meeting. Okay.
One other full district thing that we do is a celebration of cultures.
Cultures night.
That's an evening that we've done. This would be our fourth year, and it's in the spring. And we've done things with food trucks, and then groups and organizations. We've had fashion, dance activities, presentations from students about their family and their culture and background. So that is really a night that puts every student the opportunity to kind of be showcased about their history, their culture, their family, and all those sort of things. So that is really one of my favorite nights.
Yeah, we did that in May of last school year, so we're hoping to do that in April to move it up early and plan it a lot earlier.
And there's all kinds of stations, so the entire community comes out. We've had even our little cruisers come, because it's at the high school for all ages. There's different activities and stations. They've made a drum. They've so I think it's great work that our administrators ensure that our students are seen. So thank you.
Anything else?
If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
And Ms. Dadelberger.
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay, so our new item E3 is Adam H. Board presentation. You're welcome to come up to the microphone, and we have your presentation up on the screen.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Awesome. Good evening, President Dadelberger, Vice President Bowers, members of the board, Treasurer Collier, and Superintendent Grover. I am W. Shauna Gibbs, and I'm the Director of Education and Special Initiatives at the Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health Board of Franklin County, better known as Adam H. And on behalf of our CEO, Erica Clark Jones, we are very pleased to be here to share some information and to thank you for observing National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. The Adam Board of Franklin County provides a pathway to health and healing for individuals and families in Franklin County seeking resources for addiction and mental health. Adam H funds accessible and affordable prevention, crisis, treatment, housing, family, and recovery services through a network of more than 30 nonprofit agencies. And I am joined here in this presentation by one of our amazing partners, which is the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition. So I want to start off again by thanking President Berger, members of this board and this community for having this presentation tonight and observing September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. This month provides us with an opportunity to break the silence on what is a very difficult topic to talk about. It allows us to create safe spaces for open, honest conversations about mental health. In 2022, 168 individuals in Franklin County died by suicide. For every one of these lives lost, Many more have experienced suicidal ideation. And when we look into this data further, we are unfortunately seeing some alarming trends here in Franklin County in our African American community and our youth demographic as a whole. From 2016 to 2020, the suicide rates among Black non Hispanic residents increased by 75% in Franklin County. And in the same time frame, we also saw the suicide rate for the ages 15 to 24 more than double. Suicide doesn't just affect the individual's lives lost, it devastates families, friends, and entire communities. But Adam H., along with our many community partners, we are committed to suicide prevention efforts for our young people and marginalized populations. Adam H. is proud to support school based prevention services in all 16 public schools in Franklin County. We're there to address the diverse behavioral health needs of today's students. And right here in Groveport, Madison, we support Concord Counseling, who works with your very own Jamie Scott. Wait, Jamie. And they here and they tag um, to really support our students. I also want to wave to colleague Paul Smathers, who I've also worked with through the years to ensure that we provide that extra safety net for students here in Groveport. These programs provide the social, emotional learning, and protective factors that help young people build the resiliency and the coping skills that reduce the likelihood of suicide. In addition, Adam H. has fully invested in the campaign and promotion of the 988 Suicide Crisis Lifeline in Franklin County. And we know that having a 24/7, easy to remember number has already saved lives in our community. And they just celebrated their first 9/8 day, September 8th, 9/8. And so it's been a year, and we're glad to see how much more support it will do. And finally, we have invested in trusted community partners that work every day for a suicide free world. So I'm going to turn the floor over to one of those partners with the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition. I'm a member of the Education Action Team, and I'm proud to serve with Miss Lauren Broman, who is the Youth Suicide Prevention Manager. Lauren.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. My name is Lauren Broman, as she said, and I'm honored to be here with all of you this evening during Suicide Prevention Awareness Week, which runs through Saturday the 14th, and during National Suicide Prevention Month, which lasts the entire month of September. It's my pleasure to address you this evening and to share some information about the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition, or as we call it, the FCSPC, hosted by Mental Health America of Ohio, one of our nonprofits that works close in hand with Adam H. I'm grateful to be here with Shauna from Adam H., as well as Jess Fannin, the manager of the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition. As she mentioned, I am the Youth Suicide Prevention Manager with the FCSPC. I have a passion for suicide prevention as someone with lived experience, and I believe strongly in the power of our youth as leaders for prevention and well-being. The FCSPC bridges Central Ohio organizations together to enhance the overall efficacy of collective suicide prevention efforts. At the coalition, we endeavor to increase communication, coordination, and collaboration to prevent suicide in our community and to bring hope and support to those affected by suicide. We work to prevent suicide through education, awareness, and partnerships with our community because we know that suicide can be prevented when we work together. Data has shown that there are certain populations at higher risk for suicide. Those we have identified in Franklin County include youth, older adults, veterans, the Black and African American community, and the refugee, immigrant, and new American community. As such, the FCSPC engages in diligent efforts to reach and support these target populations, continuing to be a dedicated partner in prevention. In my position as the Youth Suicide Prevention Manager with the FCSPC, I am working with my fellow coalition members and the Franklin County community to develop a youth-led coalition that will engage young people to be leaders in prevention, trained in understanding suicide, and ready to be the change they want to see in the world. I'm also working to support the broader efforts of the FCSBC by offering evidence-based question, persuade, and refer trainings to parents, caregivers, and youth serving adults in Franklin County so they are ready to support the youth in their lives. If you'd like to learn more about our coalition, you can find us on our website at franklincountysPC.org. You can also find the data there that Shauna was citing in her presentation. I thank you, board members, for your time and for allowing us to join you in highlighting National Suicide Prevention Month this evening. And finally, go Cruisers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. We have a packet of information for you and some resources. Um, and it has a lot of data in as much as we can engage everyone in this work. So if you would like to know what you can do here in the listening audience, how can you get involved in suicide prevention efforts? First, sign up for QPR prevention training, which stands for question, persuade, and refer. These are 3 simple steps anyone can learn to help save a life from suicide. Adam H., as well as many of our providers, provide QPR training for the community at large. Familiarize yourself and spread the word about the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Thirdly, start the conversation. When you start a conversation with a loved one who may be struggling with thoughts of suicide and you are able to offer support, you are providing hope to those who may need it most. We also have suicide prevention pins if you would like one. I don't know what y'all's acceptance policy is, but if you would like one, let us know. I will connect with Jamie Scott. I will leave with her additional flyers and resources. Thank you again on behalf of the Adam Board of Franklin County, the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition, everyone in Franklin County, everyone in Groveport, parents, students, families, and community. This concludes our presentation.
Can I ask a question? So from my understanding, at the beginning of the school year is the toughest time for suicide or thoughts of suicide. So what is it that our district or our partnership with you are doing to help our students getting ready for the first day of school to start, to help them in that process, since that's the most difficult time during?
Thank you for that question, Board Member Gray. Um, what we have found is every day is a struggle. Every day. It doesn't have to be a special day. Back to school, transitioning from one grade to another, holidays, spring break, testing. Like any day can be a day, but I am glad that we support Concord Counseling, who provides additional mental health and prevention services here in Groveport, Madison, local school districts. They partner with Jamie Scott. They work alongside your counselors, and then they help those students get over and learn how to cope and navigate those difficult times. But I'll tell you, in your photo, you will find at least 15 or 20 agencies that are dedicated every day to help students with their mental health and navigate that. So back to school is tough. Last day of school is tough, right? And so there's a lot of research. You'll find information from our partners at Nationwide Children's Hospital, Big Lots Behavioral Health Center. And there's a lot of training that is available to you as a board, to staff members, to anyone in the community that wants to know how to put their arms around it. There's no one silver bullet to help, but just know that your team, your superintendent, your staff is working diligently to bring the resources into this district, because I've wore Paul's phone out before, trying to make sure you get every single resource. And so I don't want to take up too much time, but just
Thank
know
you.
that
To
there are
follow up on
tons
her
of people
question,
working.
is there a seasonal trend? Is there a trend with start of school, or do you know that?
That would take far more time than I am allotted, but I will offer this. The trainings that you see in your notebook, they provide, there's a number of them listed from Nationwide Children's as well as some other resources. You can always reach out to Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and I'm not going to quote anything that they're experts in, but if you reach out, yeah, I'm not, yeah, this ain't mine, but it's worth the look. It's worth their suicide prevention report is online. Ohio Suicide Prevention Foundation, their information is online. And on the back of your sheet, it's a list of agencies. and you can always reach out to them. Go to the website, pull down the data, and we're just here as a part of Franklin County to make sure we're reaching out to the entire county to observe this. And I'm glad we are raising awareness, and those questions means we're doing what this month is supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I do have a question for our admin team. Do we post the crisis hotline in our schools? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And then I was going to offer that I wanted to make sure because I took the mental health first aid course. That's your course, right? So I would recommend all board members to do that. I did that just to, I see a lot and I work with youth before being on the board. And that class really opened my eyes. I didn't realize that it connected to Adam H. Is that correct?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
we fund the Franklin County
That's what I'm
Suicide Prevention Coalition.
Okay.
One of our other partners is Franklin County Loss, and
Okay.
they help with post-prevention and training. But this team, we are trained in QPR, and I'm also trained in youth mental health first aid.
Yeah, that's the one I took. There was two of them you can take as a community member, and it's free.
Yes.
And I've taken those, and you can get certified. So
What are the names of the classes again?
I don't remember. It's youth mental health first aid, and then there's another one.
Yes, so youth mental health first aid and then mental health first aid. It's MHFA, pretty straightforward. And thank you, Madam President, for taking those. I just want to express my gratitude to you. I've taken both. I know exactly how helpful they are, how useful they are. I really do encourage all community members who have interest, search out mental health first aid, and yeah, you can find free trainings throughout the state. So
That's great. Thank you.
I'm going to assign a couple homework assignments to Jamie Scott and Ty that we'll get those, we'll email out, and then also we can post those for access to it. The other thing I just want to quickly say, in schools we're educators and we focus on kids and we focus on emotional needs, but we're not professionals, social workers or counselors or things like that. So this is just one example of partnerships we're trying to build and strengthen to provide services for kids. I know that everybody's struggling to try to find licensed social workers and counselors. There's shortage of doing this. So we try to work with people and build those relationships. We can provide support for kids. Mental health, I think, has been a growing issue for a while. I think it sped up quite a bit through the results of COVID and our lives being turned upside down and disrupted. So we're seeing a lot of those, but we thank you for the partnership and what you do to provide Concord Counseling and other support services. And thank you for bringing us Suicide Prevention Month awareness tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent, for your leadership. And we are coincidentally wearing purple and teal, which are the suicide prevention awareness. So anytime, and thank you for always taking the call and being ready to partner. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Mr. Superintendent, I didn't quite make out. It sounded like you said something about Concord counseling.
Yes.
Could you define that for me?
Yes. If you open your folder, on the left-hand side is the flyer. It's the Adam H. Concord Counseling flyer in Groveport, Madison, and it's a list of the services that Concord Counseling partners to provide, and again, works with your internal team. There to provide some additional prevention services support with Jamie Scott. This is my second district with Jamie, by the way, and we're here to provide an additional hand. All 16 public school districts, and you can look that up and download that on the adamh.org/schools if you want additional.
Yeah, so I guess my question is Concord a company name?
Concord Counseling Services. They're a counseling agency.
Okay, that's what I did. I was trying to figure out if it was a type of counseling. I didn't recognize the term. Thank you.
It's okay. And you can read more in that on their flyer. Madam President, is that?
No, thank you so much. We really appreciate you all and the partnership.
Thank you again. Our next presentation, we have the Greater Southeast Area Commission. We did not have this presentation at the time we printed the hard copies. So this was a handout that looks like this at your seat. And it was also uploaded to Board Docs. So you have the handout. And you're welcome to come up. Thank you.
I would like to say before they start, the Greater Southeast Area Commission is amazing. And myself and Mr. Superintendent have already begun a partnership with Greater Southeast Area Commission. As we all know, our district is quite spread out, and so we touch multiple areas, and this just happened to be one of those areas. And we're looking forward to some of the work that we're going to do together to ensure that all of the various cities come together because we all share the same students and families.
Thank you. Is this active?
Nate, is the clicker available for him to use?
Cool. Thank you. Yes, so my name is Mark Harper. I'm the current vice chair of the Greater Southeast Area Commission, and next to me is Vangela Barnes. She is our current chair. I also serve as our zoning chair, and I know that's a lot of terminology. There's going to be a lot of words on these slides, but it's just for support and for information for the board and all who have that. So basically what we are doing is we're going around and doing a community tour, and we're introducing ourselves, how we interact, and what opportunities there are for collaboration. We are with the city of Columbus, and I know we're in Groveport, Madison local schools. But I did get some preliminary data, and I've learned that we are actually home to 5,600 units of housing that are within the Groveport Madison local school district and the city of Columbus boundaries. I'll get into a little bit of the weeds of some of that, and then if I am under the 10 minutes, if anyone's got any questions. If not, Madam President does have my contact information that she can spread out, and I can provide written responses to anyone who may need those. And so, first and foremost, what is an area commission? We are established by the Columbus City Code, Chapter 3109, in that we are here to afford additional voluntary citizen participation in decision making in an advisory capacity and to facilitate communication, understanding, and cooperation between neighborhood groups, city officials, and developers. So, the easiest way that I explain this to most people is the City of Columbus has a strong mayor, city council style government, and we are basically your neighborhood council. So the mayor and the city council members and all executive cabinet of the mayor come to us for input regarding our specific areas of the city of Columbus when it comes to a lot of different things. And so one of those prominent things that is most with us is land use and needs assessment. So we are here to help with land use policy. How do you design your neighborhoods? What do you put in your neighborhoods? We're here to provide suggestions on legislation. How can we improve and change processes and how that works? Just like with any other government body, we hold public meetings. We're held to the Sunshine Act. We're held to retention schedules, laws, and regulations. We also assist the city in disseminating information from all of our different departments. We also some of our commissions work a lot with historical preservation. Ours, not so much because we are a later planned from post 1970 and beyond community, unlike you would see in German Village, Short North, or closer downtown. And then last but not least, we hold meetings with a bunch of public officials. So this actual past weekend we had with some community partners with the mayor of Columbus in an informal coffee and chat about what's going on with the city, what do we recommend, getting some information directly from him. So that is one of the benefits of being on the commission. And so where do we fit in this structure? Well, City of Columbus has what's called the Department of Neighborhoods, and they are tasked with empowering residents, our leaders, and the city workforce to resolve community concerns and enhance our neighborhood potential. So they are the primary interface for where residents interact. They are home to our call center. They are home to multiple different programs that go out in the community and hold events that are all free to the citizens in those areas. And then they also help us advocate so that we can create a stronger and more equitable city. And so right now there are currently 22 area commissions within the city of Columbus. The entire city is not covered because it is not mandated for these to exist. They are citizen initiated and citizen led. We are all volunteers. So we go out, we get signatures from our residents to create these boundaries. We go through a legal process to get that approved and then ultimately formed and do our work. There are a couple, though, that are not considered area commissions but get similar status. They have been around for decades. For instance, the Northland Community Council has been around for over 50 years. They've had a structure in place that works. And so when I say Northland, I'm meaning like Morris Road, 161, Easton, I-71. They've been around. They've had their entire processes in place. They don't want to change it. So they've been given similar status to us as a courtesy. And so right now, we as a commission, you are ultimately elected by the residents of your area. Your application, if you win, goes on to City Council. They provide an advice and consent similar to the United States Senate. And then if you are given the approval and green lighted, you get sent to the mayor's office. They sign, he signs his fancy name, you get a letter, and you get to do your thing. All area commissions are kind of composed differently. We have a skeleton framework in which we have to work within. Our commission right now, we have a maximum of 13 total members. 10 of them have to be residents within our boundaries. And then we have 3 appointed at-large members in which those up to 10 residential will vote on representing our business, education, and religious sectors. Right now, our at-large education position is open. So if any employees of the Groveport Madison Local School District would be interested in this, you are welcome to reach out and go through that process. We've extended this invitation to our other school districts as well. Right now, our composition with committees, our active committees, we have to have a bylaws and election committee. We have a code enforcement liaison who works with our code enforcement team and law enforcement. Also communications and youth, so disseminating information, working with our youth in the community and getting them involved. And then also outreach and zoning. And so these are our current boundaries. So simple. Our southeast is the city of Canal. Our eastern is Pickerington and the metro parks. Our southwest is Groveport and South Hamilton. And then we go all the way up to our northeast, which is Fort Rapids right there at Hamilton and I-70. And then our northeast is kind of Gender Road and Refugee, right before you go over the bridge into where the old Target and Best Buy used to be. And this is our current composition right now. We did have a full commission prior to COVID, but as post-COVID, with a lot of things struggling to get things filled and getting people involved. And then these are our current committees and our chairs and everything like that. And so right now we have 2 continuous meetings every month besides August and December. August, City Council is on recess, so we are on recess as well. And then December, because of the holiday post-Thanksgiving, it's just a crazy time. So we do not hold meetings during that month unless necessary. Our zoning committee meets the 3rd Wednesday at 6:30, and our full commission meeting will meet the 4th Tuesday at 6:30. And right now they are all held at the Far East Neighborhood Pride Center, which is off of Bryce and Scarborough behind Lindsay Honda. And so when we look at our area at a glance, just to give some numbers, we only have guaranteed numbers back to 2018, so these are little estimates. We're about 15 square miles. In today's number, we're probably about 18 to 19,000 units of housing, probably around 47,000 residents. We're home to 4 school districts: Canal, Winchester, Groveport, Madison, Pickerington, and Columbus. And then we also have 2 major non-traditional public schools, which is World Harvest and then ACPA, Arts and College Preparatory Academy by Fort Rapids. Our southeast quadrant, this is kind of give you a glance on how much we are growing. Since 2018, there have been roughly 5,300 units of housing approved in the process of being built or have been built in just our southeast quadrant. So this is near the Canal Winchester area. Outside of those boundaries, we've had about 1,500 plus units. I know since then we've added, I think, 2 complexes that would have fallen within the Groveport Madison School District, one over in Abbey Trails and then one off of Chatterton. And so these are all of our partners within our area. So the City of Canal, Groveport, Madison Township, the 4 local school districts, and then law enforcement. So we have Columbus Police Department, Madison Township, Franklin, and Fairfield County Sheriffs, because the City of Canal contracts through Fairfield. And so we're really looking to promote communication and collaboration, especially around crime and safety in some of our areas, working along development, along shared boundaries. I'm sure the school district wants good development just like we do, especially living in a state where schools are funded by property taxes. Also working together to advocate on behalf of our areas jointly and improving those outcomes, especially for our shared students. So if you want to check us out, we do have a Facebook and Twitter page. We also have a website. You are welcome to join. Our email address is on there for any of the board members or city officials, school officials, as well as information about the Department of Neighborhoods. And so I don't know if I've run over time, but if there's any immediate questions, I'm happy to answer. If not, please feel free to email us. I can give very detailed written statements with more information. I would be happy to chat one-on-one, answer any questions, or provide any opportunities that you might think that we can collaborate in. Yes.
Hi, there is one thing that I did want to mention, and just because we are so closely knitted together as three communities, Columbus, Canal, Pickerington, Groveport, um, there is one of the things that we're working on with the commission is the Eastland Plan, which is right outside the doorway of you guys. And I just ask you to go to Columbus City website and look up that link for the Eastland Plan and get involved. So much is coming to that area. One of the biggest things that's coming is the Columbus State Community College that will be built right off of Refugee Road and 104. So these are things that are coming to our area. Our area is growing fast. That things are going to be changing. We want to get all of the students in our areas involved in things that they can get involved in, with education, with being able to get jobs right out of high school, etc. So we ask you, if you have time to get involved with our commission, and you can come to a commission meeting. We have several committees. You don't have to be a commissioner, but we'd love to have people come and serve on some of our committees to help facilitate some of the activities that are going on with the Eastland Plan with the commission.
When are your meetings held?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
When are your meetings held?
We meet every fourth Tuesday at 6:30 at 2500 Park Crescent Drive, which is the police station right off of Scarborough.
Where the old JCPenney used to be?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I also forgot to shout out Miss Gibbs. She is a former Columbus City School Board member, and Miss Barnes is on the Canal Winchester School Board. So not only is she a commissioner, she actually understands the exact work that we're doing, and it's always a pleasure to work with her and her entire team. So thank you guys so much for coming. Great presentation and sharing, and we look forward to working together.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, back to you, Mr. Superintendent.
Okay, our new item, E5, Innovation and Accountability Update. Mr. Morgan, sir.
I respect the boards and the meeting attendees' time. I will move swiftly. We're all familiar with this particular building. I want you to know that one of the reasons I was excited about coming to Groveport, joining this team, was the district's investment in the former American Electric Power building at, we all know, 4500 South Hamilton Road. I also wanted to show you how some other districts have approached this same work. I have visited these places. I'm thoroughly impressed, and they've been a model for what we intend to do too. The Emerald Campus from Dublin City Schools, you know this, or you knew this building as the old Verizon building along 270. They invested $9.4 million in purchasing that particular building. They first started out renovating the first 2 floors. Their concept is very clean, very open, very inviting, and bright for students. It's a wonderful place. Another one that I visited, I was invited by architects to evaluate the educational value of this particular approach. This is the Dayton Regional STEM School in Kettering, Ohio. You might recognize the design because they purchased a Value City department store. And I was doubtful that this could truly be an educational institution. And in fact, I was in awe about what they showed me. I'm going to show you the design. I also want to point out to you that the Dayton Regional STEM School in 2019, they received the highest honor in the nation. They received a National Blue Ribbon Award. What they're doing is working. They also rank out of 880 schools at high schools in Ohio. They rank 51st in achievement. Inside of their complex is an amazing environment for students. Open environment, very bright, with learning spaces that fit the students. And again, I'll emphasize that space because that's something we're looking at too, how to use our space. This particular building, this is the Marysville Early College High School. Carol and I have visited this high school and talked with students and teachers 3 different times. This is an amazing place. They rank out of 880 schools in high schools in Ohio. They rank 41st in achievement. They converted a middle school, a district middle school, and their design, again, there are some rooms that are very open and innovative designs. Lots of learning spaces, a lot of common areas for students. You can see what they've done, those glass walls, those were complete walls for classrooms in the former middle school. They decided that they wanted to have these commons areas where there was shared responsibility of the students and the teachers. Everyone can see what everyone is doing. And so they decided to turn a wall into a window. And they did it throughout. And these pictures, by the way, these aren't posed pictures. All 3 times that we went through this complex, this is the environment that we saw. It was in this particular space that Carol and I met with 10 students who love telling us about what they feel every single day going to this place. And behind this picture, if you were taking the picture and standing at this perspective, behind you would be another set of classrooms that the students can see in and out of. So these students can be trusted to go out into this space and work independently. They even told us that they do bear the responsibility because they know if they did anything wrong in this space, that space would be taken away from them. So they constantly emphasize that to us and how this works. Carol and I met with 8 teachers in this particular classroom. They spent 2 hours at their insistence telling us how much they loved coming to work at Marysville Early College High School. They continually emphasize that students want to be there every single day. This is what we want too. One of our partners is the PASS Foundation. They connect educational entities like us to businesses and to organizations that will help the learning, especially in the STEM area. This is even their past lab. This is where, this is up on Kenny and Kinnear Road. Inside, again, open commons areas. And I want to point out to you in the distance, those windows that we see are actually garage doors. That concept absolutely amazes me when you can close an environment and then also open it up into a much larger environment to include communicating with more students. So back to 4500 as we've come to know it. This article was from May 1st, 2023. I want to just highlight some of the elements in the article. The first thing one notices when entering the 4500 building is its sheer size. You go through classroom or section after section, and I love giving the tour to people who can see a vision and understand. They get excited. They're not scared by the darkness in some of this building. They see the brightness that it can be, and they get really excited through the tour. It's on approximately 11 acres, including the 58,000 square foot building. And it is across the road from Groveport Madison High School. Elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, the federal stimulus funds, were used to purchase this building. A couple other things from the article. I agree with this. It's a beautiful building with exciting possibilities for the district. There is space to expand to suit the needs of our students. That's where we are right now, understanding how we can expand that space to suit the needs of the students. The intention is to make the new site of the site of the new home of the district's bus garage as well as the Cruiser Excel program. And it's important for me to point out what's in parentheses there. It's not quite accurate. I want to clarify some things in it. It says Cruiser Excel is an alternative pathway to college and career readiness. Not exactly. This should also be a pathway to college and career readiness. It is designed for students for whom the traditional high school pathway is not working. Not necessarily. This needs to be designed for students for any kind of pathway that is different from the traditional classroom in this innovative space. It also isn't true that it's just for students who are disengaged, distracted, or deficient in the skills needed to succeed, and they struggle to succeed in what has been known as a traditional school setting. That's not accurate. We need to create a place where students want to come because it's a different opportunity for them, and we're looking at several opportunities for them in this space. Mr. Son, could you advance for me? Again. And then to go back one, please. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. We hope to do a lot of work on the other Cruiser Excel portion internally, said Superintendent Group. And then at the end, a Cruiser Excel to be located in the northeast part of the building will use about 5,000 square feet for open classroom space. That's where we are now. We're only serving credit recovery needs. This building has to be so much more than serving credit recovery. The cafeteria has been completed. It uses approximately 1,000 square feet. There's a restroom and conference open space that has been completed. 800 square feet in the lobby is around 1,300 square feet. Finally, I want to point out that this is a unique building, absolutely. There's one part of the building that features 12-inch thick walls and blast doors. This is truly a bunker. You feel safe in this particular building. Finally, Superintendent Group said this remaining space to be used in the future for new programs, new partnerships, and other things we could not do before. There's so much potential and so much flexibility. I entirely agree with those statements.
Good answer.
Absolutely. So, I want to show you the building. This is a short video. Michelle Nickerson from the Communications Department did a fantastic job producing it. Let's take a look. Nate, can you get this out? Ohio's most famous address. I am at 4500 South Hamilton Road. Let's take a tour of Groveport, Madison's newest place where students learn. A lot of our outside work has been completed, including this bus turnaround where I'm standing, new sidewalks, new landscaping, and additional parking. A lot of great work has been completed on the outside of the building. We're standing at our main entrance right now. Let's go take a look at what's inside. So the first space that you see when you come in here is this pretty grand lobby. It has a great reception desk, and then right around the corner here is our cafeteria. This northeast corner of the building is where we have Cruiser Excel. When we move Cruiser Excel to the interior of the building, this will become one of our partner spaces. It's in this great space that we're looking to have the future of Cruiser Excel. On this side of the room, we're planning on having two very large classrooms, mirrored by two large classrooms on the other side of the room. And then in the middle of this room, we see a commons area for students where they can work in a relaxed space. We expect some amazing learning to happen right here. In his former life, this big space was AEP's training room. We're working with an outside partner to make this a training room again, but this time for Groveport Madison students. We're designing this space around our technology and multimedia courses. It's connected to a larger space over here, which will be our technology lab. I'd like to sincerely thank the building's former tenant, American Electric Power, for making sure we have at least a few places to plug our computers in. It's in this northeast corner of the building where we would like to have an autism school, a school that serves our Groveport Madison students and also possibly students from other school districts. We see this as a purposeful and practical school that helps our autistic students and keeps them learning here at Groveport Madison. In the southwest corner of the building is where we're going to have our JROTC program. One thing you need for JROTC is a lot of space for classrooms, for storage, and for indoor drilling. We have a lot of space. JROTC program also needs plenty of outdoor drilling space. I think we have plenty of that. We are in our awesome new bus garage nearing completion. This is a fantastic new facility. This is our new transportation office. It's bright, it's beautiful. Our transportation department, our drivers are going to love this. This really is an extraordinary building with a ton of potential. Now, we're ready to take the next steps. And yes, I am wearing the exact same thing I wore on the day I shot that video. I saw some of you. So what I'd like to do now, and I'll be very quick with this. What you saw in the video, I want you to have some perspective on a map. That's right. Okay, so that's a larger map of the facility, and I'll be very quick with this. Our completed transportation department in um, the northeast corner of the building is where we intend to have our partner, one of our tenants who's working with us. Right now, that's where Cruiser Excel is located. In the interior part of the building is where we want to move Cruiser Excel. I talked about the 2 classrooms on one side of the room and then 2 others on the opposite, and separated by a commons area. The JROTC program we're trying to build right now, there's plenty of space for it, even a mixed use space where it could be shared with other parts of the other people, students in the building. And also that outdoor drilling space is located just off of one of those doors at the bottom on the south side of the building. And then we're working with a partner to take AEP's training room to make the training room once again for our students. Our media intentions, media, internet technologies, we're working with a university partner on a curriculum to use for the media center. And then the northwest corner of the building, that's what we intend to do for our autistic students. We're nearing 200 students with autism who are autistic, and we want to serve them in-house. We don't want to continually have to send them outside of the district. So to wrap up, here's the position we're in right now. We all know this building is 4,500. I first want to show you some other notable structures and buildings. This building we're all familiar with. We went in 8th grade to it. Of course, we all know this nationally as 1600 building. This structure in Paris, France, we saw in the Olympics, it hosts a lot of venues for the Olympics. We all know this affectionately as 75007. This famous opera house in Sydney, Australia, it's known around the world as 2A, and we root on the Buckeyes on Saturdays at this most famous football stadium in the land called 411. And if none of those things are true, why do we keep calling this building 4,500? That's not a name for a building. What I would always tell, I taught 18 years in high school English. My students often struggled with how to put a title on their paper. I told them these 3 things. It needs to be relevant. It needs to have a strong connection to what your content is. It needs to be revealing. It has to show the direction that you're going, what you're intending to do with your paper. And if you can make it clever, you've won half the battle because people are now interested and it's something that they can remember. We have 2 viable options for titles for this building. One is the Epic Innovation Campus. Look broadly across the building, it would read this way, Epic Innovation Campus. And this is a great way of explaining what it means. Welcome to one of the most exciting student, school, and community building projects in Groveport, Madison's history. Groveport Madison's Epic Innovation Campus transforms vacant space to a vibrant learning center that provides the best personalized career pathway for each student. With a Career Center 21st century work-based learning curriculum, specialized technology training, and College Credit Plus opportunities, students will explore, prepare, and connect with their career in an innovative space. This isn't just a campus, this is epic.
So did you write that?
I did.
Very good.
And of course, we notice that the E, the P, and the C are very intentional in Epic Innovation Campus. I'm often asked to help people brand programs and organizations. I always tell them, I give them this advice. What does it look like on a hat? Specifically, in this case, high school principal Jeff Altman's hat. He's a man of many hats. So let's talk about what it would look like there. It would look something like that. That's the brand that we want to put out there. We want students to see themselves. They are the I in Epic, as in I am Epic. Everything that we do, I'm going to Epic. The teachers have an epic job to do. This is a great title. There's another choice, though, another option for us. This also makes sense, and you'll see how it looks on a hat. 4E is one of the ways that we can name this. Broadly across the building, this is what we would see. 4E Innovation Campus. And if you're wondering what 4E stands for, you might be familiar with the 3E concept. That has included employment, enlistment, and enrollment. The 4th E is entrepreneurship, something that Eastland and Fairfield has adopted, and we have too. Additionally, work-based learning curriculum, specialized technology training, and College Credit Plus, again, opportunities in a responsive and dynamic setting. Students will be engaged with their learning and always see their purposeful path to their rewarding career. And this is what it would look like on a hat. So it does come down to the battle of two hats at this point. Are we Epic or are we 4E? And I want to stress to you the importance of deciding on something other than 4,500. That is an address. That is not a vision for the community. It's not for the students. It's not for the teachers. We need to have something that shows us exactly what this is and also helps our partners understand where we're going with this. Because if we have a title for the building, if we name the building, we now have a vision for the building and a direction to step toward. Thank you for considering my two hats.
Is this something that the board will be voting on, or is that,
I think Mike wanted to present it tonight. I know Ty had some pun names that he was trying to throw out there too.
Ty is like, how did I get in this?
So I think this was a presentation tonight. I mean, ultimately the board should decide this, but, and as important as all this is, and I don't know if you had, I know you're trying to wrap things up, but I think we also need to talk about the grant that we're applying for and the significance of that with the Pass Foundation.
I will say some of that grant,
yeah.
I'm never in the habit of revealing the exact grant that we're going for because it's stolen a lot of times, and we increase the competition by telling other school districts about those grants. But yes, we are in the process very soon. We're going to apply for a $7 million ask of a federal grant to fund our project. So we're working with lots of partners and partners that we'll soon be able to talk about. It'll be premature now because we have nothing official in place. We've just met, we've talked, and I wouldn't want their boards of education and their boards of trustees to find out through our open meeting that they're involved.
When will we find out if we got awarded the grant?
Great question. The grant is due soon. It's due September 23rd. We're coming up on it. We're right on pace to submit our application with a lot of partners. And then we're going to know within a few months. It's going to move very quickly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
thank you very much.
I did have just a
I like that free money.
couple questions. I know that looking at the campus, and I didn't know if at all we talked to students because from what I've seen, at least in student advisory, we have a lot of students in the health and beauty industry. And I know we've got tech, and I get that, but we have a lot of our students in that. And then nothing for arts. That is a big thing, at least when I'm talking.
Students for this particular effort have not told me about that because we've talked about some of the things that we're putting in there, especially JRATC. There's been a lot of excitement about that. There's students who really want to get into that. There are students, one thing I neglected to mention about the autism school, we're working with a partner so that we can, both a college partner and a career and technical center partner, so we can actually function that as a satellite for learning. For early childhood education teacher preparation. So our high school students would be able to do their service in teaching there and learn about how to be a teacher. Additionally, I want to always push students toward Eastland Fairfield, our partner. They have an amazing program. They also, though, have a program. I have another one too. It's a lottery system. And so a lot of students from a lot of school districts get closed out. So what we've been talking about with Eastland Fairfield is how to be a satellite for some of those lottery courses and programs that students get closed out of. One in particular is automotive. We've been taking a deep look at expanding the automotive program with Performance Columbus and a career technical school nearby to expand their automotive programming.
And when we're a satellite school, just in general terms, the satellite school typically gets 75% of the seats.
We are guaranteed 75% of the seats.
75% of the seats.
Is it in the same program? Because like I said, a lot of the young ladies that I've spoke to have been doing health and beauty, and they couldn't get into Career Center.
Right, because of the lottery system they're
correct.
Closed out
So that's why I'm
seats.
asking very specific.
So we're always interested in expanding the offerings from our neighbor.
So I guess the presentation was to share some of this, and I guess what would the board think? How would you want to go about deciding? Do you like one or two of these? Do you want to bring it back as an action item in the future? Do you want to? I don't know how you want to.
Have you asked any of the kids which one they like?
No, not about the titles. That's
okay.
Interesting. No, I haven't. We've talked about programming, but not about what hat Jeff Altman wears.
lots
Okay,
of
so-
questions. Tell me about partner spaces and what that means to us.
Partners that we're working with now, who again I'm not going to divulge because they have not formally agreed to it. We've been great talks about it, but they have not have a formal agreement acknowledged by their boards, for instance. What they would do is we would give them some space, in particular for adult programming in one aspect of it. That's a possibility to use one corner of the building separated from the other students. In return, we would get lots of teachers, we would get the curriculum, and a lot of resources for the programming in the interior of the building. Another partner that we're working with, again, it's premature to tell you exactly who that is. Very soon we can. But we want to be able to use that training space that I emphasized on the north side of the building, so students have courses directly taught by an outside entity just coming in here, teaching those courses, and then we would go to their facility once or twice a week to use their lab.
And why was this not integral with the OFCC plan?
Well, the way I can't answer that entirely, that some others may be able to do that. From my perspective, this is a facility that the board purchased for this exact purpose. It's an existing facility right now. It's not something we intend to build. We do have to build out, particularly the program is what we have to build out. Yes, some construction will go along with that, and that's what we're seeking the grant for.
And the grant is, what is the grant available to do? I mean, in other words, what were the parameters of the grant as we're writing for it?
Oh, well, okay, I respect your question. Yes, I understand now. Again, it's a $7 million request to pay for the construction within that building and the programming that goes inside of it. That's a lot of money.
So how did we determine if we have the opportunity for a $7 million grant? How did we determine where we wanted the $7 million directed, or what project we wanted to?
That's what we're determining right now with our partners, exactly what the scale and the scope of their contribution is and what they can contribute to the actual curriculum that we put in there and the tools that we need to operate their programs.
I guess I'm trying to, let me restate.
Okay.
So let's say, because I don't know this grant, you have opportunity for a grant for $7 million.
Yes.
And that $7 million could go towards our playground equipment, could go towards.
Actually, it cannot.
That's
For the
what I'm
parameters
trying
of the
to get
grant.
at. So
I respect the question, but it cannot.
So this grant has very specific terms and conditions.
Yes, all grants do, and this particular grant could not fund our
So tell me
program
about
needs.
this particular grant.
I want to make it clear again. I've been careful to not
because
tell other districts that we're applying for this grant. I've had grants stolen in that way, and it increases the competition.
Gotcha. All right. So this grant could not benefit our other buildings or other facilities, or we could accomplish this in different spaces. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how.
This is the particular space in which we can accomplish the $7 million to this grant. Yes.
I just want to say I'm really excited about this. It's
think we
having
all
the new
should be.
programmings for the students is just wonderful to be able to.
It
bring
expands their
new
options
ideas.
tremendously.
Yes, and it makes them more competitive.
And what potential classroom size and student body are we talking about this holding with
the building itself can serve up to 500 students in the programming plan that we have right now.
So you're planning for 400 to 500, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you get from point A to point B? So
first we get the money. That's what we're working on right now. We're working with the partners. Again, I respect what you're asking. We have a lot of partners who are involved in this. We are meeting and we are deciding exactly what their contribution is and what goes into our application to impress the grantor for this, the federal grant.
So when I say point A to point B, if this is attached to the high school, are we talking the same thing? How do you safely get the students from?
Oh, you just mean to get across the street.
Right.
Well, we're already doing that now. We have a system where it takes 5 minutes to load the bus and 5 minutes to
We're busing. That's what I was wondering.
Yes,
If it was
yes,
a
we're
safe
doing that right now.
halfway to walk and.
We're not walking across that street. I've lived here for 30 years, Mr. Kirshner, and I would not want students walking across that road. Students or teachers.
Right.
I know when we talked about getting the building, we always talked about a bridge at one point, like over time. Once we get there, we'll have a bridge. But I will say, I'm grateful that the board previous did agree to use our ESSER dollars the way that we did with the cost of construction. And I believe it was Superintendent Group, who was the deputy at the time, realized how much of a money pit a little bit was happening because of costs going up to redo the bus garage and then found the space, which was a win-win on additional educational space as well as a bus garage. So I wanted to thank the administration for bringing this and now to see where it's at. And thank you, Mr. Morpritzer, for an amazing presentation. Anything that, of course, we can do, we're here to support. Thank you.
And just want to thank Ty and his team for the incredible video. That was a really good.
Michelle Nickerson
video.
produced that
So,
video.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you,
Michelle.
Michelle.
So the junior ROTC program, as far as class schedule, how does that typically flow as far as within the day? Is it junior
Yes,
ROTC
the students are attending other classes as well. They're getting everything that they need to toward graduation, and this becomes a course within their schedule, or just a couple courses in their
It
schedule.
just falls in a typical classroom schedule.
It
right?
does.
And then obviously evening activities and that kind of thing.
There are lots of evening activities.
So
yes.
So given that, does having it outside of the high school make sense, or does having it at the high school make more sense?
Well, the way that we consider 4,500 or whatever we decide to call it, that is the high school. I'll remind you that last year I proposed and the board approved a resolution to establish an alternative school. It has the same IRN. It is the high school, and Jeff Altman has made it clear to everyone involved in our planning that those students are high school students. In fact, they all have classes in the high school right now, those who are attending. So they will forever be Groveport, Madison high school
No,
students.
yeah, I wasn't suggesting they weren't. I was talking physically. I mean, physically, if you're just going classroom to classroom, does it make more sense, especially in the proof of concept phase, right, where we're trying to earn our permanent status as junior ROTC? Does it make more sense physically to be changing classes and be located at the
We've been consulting with JROTC for the last several months. They like this design, though, what we have. They appreciate the grand facility that we have that is the Groveport Madison High School, that always has been, but they really like having that additional facility that is the same high school and those students attending both schools, basically.
If I can add to this a little bit, and you said we bought it, but Latoya drew attention. We bought this building originally with ESSER dollars for our transportation center. All that was paid with ESSER dollars. With our own maintenance staff and subcontracting, say that 10 times, we built the kind of open classroom for Cruiser Excel. Our original plan was to develop and pay for this building somewhat piecemeal because we weren't just allocating a bunch of money to do it. We had goals and plans, and as we develop, we're going to try to build it out. This grant opportunity, if we're successful, allows us to take a big swipe at once and redesign the whole thing and get it taken care of at once. And back to the question, why wasn't this part of the facility planning? The facility planning, the plan that went forward was the 3 middle schools in the additions to the high school and traditional classroom space. We've known that we need more career technical workforce development programming. And so we were looking at creative ways to use these new spaces to, and again, we thought we were going to be building this out with general fund originally. If we're successful in this grant, this will allow us to fast forward what we were working on and have it potentially paid for without taxpayer dollars. So it would be in addition to, and again, going back to the school facility plan, there was a plan for additional classroom space and there was for career technical, but the budget that the state could provide us would not afford all of those options. So that's why the separation's out there. And that's actually was a potential later phase for a future phase for the OFCC planning.
I'd just say point of clarification, our budget throughout the various options really didn't change much. We chose to do a certain thing, but initially, if you look at the budget numbers, the full build out of the high school and other configurations were still pretty much within the same budget range.
The budget from the state department, from the state of Ohio, didn't change, but we made adjustments to fit that with the 47-53 split for that budget amount that we could get from the state. I don't know if we're saying the same thing different ways.
No, what I'm saying is, we had all the zillion different options we had, and there was price tags with them. if you look, the price tag was not like, oh, we can't afford this. We shifted it. So the build out of the high school did fit within the budget with some of the plans. That's all. That's all I was saying.
So I had a question. You said 400 to 500 in our district. Is that 400 to 500 would fit in that building?
We're
Are
looking
those
to
from our
accommodate
district? Or are you talking about?
mostly from our district. If we are functioning as a satellite for a career and technical school, we are guaranteed 75% of the seats go to our students. But to answer your question, most of the students in that building will be from Groveport, Madison.
And will they be there exclusively, or will we have to bus them back and forth?
They are currently being bused back and forth, but not by period. It's by half a day. So that Mr. Altman wanted to make sure that those students knew that they were part of the high school, so they are fulfilling some of their coursework there. The design will continue. It's worked very well to this point. Again, I want to stress, no students or teachers are walking across Hamilton Road.
For instance, our marketing program and school store at the high school right now is an Eastland Fairfield satellite program. They provide the teacher. We provide the space. They provided the equipment. So that's one of those shared satellite programs.
So if you're dealing with a junior ROTC class, and I don't know the block of time, but let's say it's a period, right? So how do you accommodate class schedule when you're having?
I respect that question. Typically, they're going to have a couple periods over there, and then we can also satisfy some of their coursework in that building.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for your great questions. Appreciate it.
I'm going to ask another question real quick. It just came to me. If we send out this grant, are we stuck on doing it like what you're talking about right now, or will there be room for flexibility?
There's only flexibility within the concept that we're presenting in the grant. We can definitely not, through a federal grant, propose some work and then apply it somewhere else in the district. So it has to be to our 4,500 in the programming there.
So it would have to be in that building, is what you're saying?
Well, through our grant, we're working on 4,500, or what we need to put a title on, and also another space here in the district. We'd like to fund the garage that is now vacant. We would like that to be an extended automotive programming from a couple partners. Those partners have toured the space and they have great ideas for it. We're going to include their ideas in the grant request.
So is it? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
What data did you use to come up with the programs? Were there community surveys, student surveys, was anything?
What data would you expect for this kind of project?
Excuse me?
I want to consider, because I have lots of data points. Are there some data points in particular that you know would be applicable to this work?
Okay, the thing says e-gaming, right? Is one of the things on there.
It was on there. That's a minor aspect. We've been exploring that with a partner. In fact, I'll tell you, it's a career and technical school that we've been exploring that with. I saw on social media today that somebody had a problem with that particular effort. That's not the full force of what we want to do in that IT space. It is an element of it, and there's a curriculum that can go along with it, and a lot of worthy careers too.
All right. And the autism school, having it in with that particular building, do we have experience with that? I'm concerned, could any of this money or the time we spent developing this also be used to develop better programs for our elementary students who are having problems?
No, because again, we're focusing on the facility and its connection to Hamilton, or to the high school.
Okay, thank you.
So when you talk, and I know e-gaming isn't a big, let's call it technology.
Technology, yes, internet technology.
It's computer programming. So in that instance, so is that somewhat driven by the partner? Is that kind of how it works? I mean, it's kind of.
Yes, one of our partners is particularly interested in adding that program, and with the students I've talked with, they are interested in it too.
Okay. Is the Toledo trip having to do with this? Is that where we're going, that trip?
Not necessarily, but we're going to visit some schools that are very high in achievement. They've been doing some innovative things. We've had some recent meetings with them. I'm impressed with what they have to offer. They certainly can give us some ideas.
Well, I noticed that Toledo City Schools are at the bottom percentage so far down that the state has them in the ES. What is that program? Yeah.
I had that same concern when that trip was first proposed. So what I did was I went and looked at the report card for all of their buildings. They have particular 5-star success in I think it's 4 of their buildings. Those are the programs that we're looking for.
I thought theirs were below, say, Delaware or Southwest City Schools or.
Again, I'm going to try to make it just really
closer
clear.
to home, that would be less expensive.
So you recall in the state report card walkthrough that I did earlier this year, I focused on the district, and that's what you're looking at. I also then told you about the breakdown building by building. The building by building, they have, I believe it's 4 buildings who are highly rated. Those are the programs that we're interested in. They are very similar to what we're trying to do.
I know one of the things that was brought up was aviation. Is that one of the pulls to that area?
I'm sorry, repeat
aviation
that.
program? The Toledo area schools. Aviation
You
was
said
one of the
aviation.
aviation, yeah.
I don't think that we cannot actually compete with Eastland Fairfield, our neighbor.
Okay.
They have an aviation program.
Yes, they do. But I know when we talked about this before, that's exactly what we talked about, their aviation program.
And we want to encourage our students to participate in Eastland Fairfield's aviation program.
Yep. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Now to item F, board items, we have a safety committee update.
Good evening. I don't know how we follow that. That was a great presentation. I thought the video was outstanding. Great job, Mr. Morbitzer.
You need to get us some hats.
I need some hats. I'd like to invite Elise Berg. Come on up, please. Elise joined us for our district safety committee meeting. Kim Yada is our co-chair. Our other co-chair is not here, and it is Miss Tiffany Warpner, and she has been with us from the beginning, and I'm so glad that she's agreed to be our chair. Miss Bird joined us. She's a former graduate, 2001.
What?
Wait, I mean 2021. What's it?
22.
22. Whoa.
Wow.
Hey, come here. You need to know 2001's not that far from me. Okay. It's all blending in for me. But she's also a former valedictorian, and she has come back. She's in school, and she's doing her internship with us.
So she graduated preschool in 2001.
I wasn't even born.
She wasn't even born. I'm glad we can laugh. The other thing, I just want to say that she's working on her studies, wanted to come back here, wanted to get back to our district on her own, join the district safety committee, and really added to it. That's why I wanted Elise up here, and hopefully she can add to this. We talked about several topics, and I'll let you follow through with this. We talked about the status of our playgrounds, our replacements, our removals, and our repairs for safety, not just at the playground, but campus wide. We talked about our home football safety protocols that we have implemented and continue to improve every year. And we also talked about our back to school safety staff meetings and what those look like and what the training involved within that. So, Kim Yada?
Sure. Okay, our conversations about playgrounds, lots of changes are being made. One thing that we talked about was the fact that the playgrounds are being vandalized by community members when school is not in session, and then they are being repaired sometimes, or a lot of times things are being repaired and then they're destroyed again. From not so friendly, inappropriate things happening outside of school to, I think, was it Madison, where somebody's consistently taking mats and like stacking them in the woods or something. Like, it's kind of bizarre stuff that's happening with the playground. So we also talked about when or during the process while these things are being repaired, putting something out on social media, letting our Groveport community know this is what we're doing to address these issues, um, and the possibility of not allowing, which we don't know how that would look like, but not allowing the community to use the playground when school is not in session. We just don't know what that would look like, or if it's even something that should be done. But one of the biggest things that we talked about was it is the community, even swings that have teeth marks on them from dogs hanging. You know, you can tell that a dog has been hanging from it for, getting them prepared for probably dog fighting or whatever. So, but what, I don't remember his name, the maintenance person. Yes, he came out and was very diligent in explaining to us the cost. Also about when materials can be received because they're on back order. Something I know he said it's going to take like maybe 14 to 18 months to get here. Certain things that need to be replaced require certain tools. But they are working on it and getting things resolved. But it is going to take time. It's not an overnight at water and stir type situation. Um, in terms of our football games, Mr. Altman and Mr. Snyder came and spoke with us about all the things that they are doing that is helping make our football games become a more family event every home game, which, as we all know, Jacob plays football and I'm there and it is working. The presence of faculty being there has been very helpful. The expectations being sent out in emails, being reviewed with the students, the robocalls, those are also very helpful. Um, Using the Evolve machine have been helpful as well. Checking students who are not a part of either school. So they're not a Groveport school, but they're not the school that we're playing. They're not allowed to attend the game unless they come in with an adult. And they're even watching like students try to say, "Hey, let me like sneak in with you. You're my auntie," and they're like, They've even started asking people, "Well, who's the third period teacher at that school?" Just questions, making yeah. And that has made a huge difference because we know the events that have happened at our game were not Groveport kids, like, so we don't want that stigma. So that has made a big difference. Um, and Mr. Altman specifically talked about the work that we've done in the safety committee that has helped to make these large changes to the environment on Friday nights. So Friday nights are back to that fun family atmosphere. You feel safe once you walk through that fence, and you see those faces and their familiar faces, and keeping the kids under control. I mean, things as simple to if you're a middle schooler, you're not allowed to go to concession stands without an adult. Huge difference. Huge difference. Keeping the kids from just hanging out and standing around, and that's generally when fights happen. That has dissipated. So all of these things, all these measures are working.
Great job. Now I'd like the proud graduate of 2022. What, what, and I was the principal, proud principal, to give her perspective as a recent graduate and a community member.
Hello. So, from being a marching band member for 4 years with Groveport, going to the football games in general was something that we all enjoyed, but also at the same time, due to the fact that there was a lot of things going on in the world, not just in Groveport community, of course, but everywhere, you didn't have that necessarily like, okay, a fight could break out in the middle of something, but you don't know like, okay, this person have this or that, so you didn't feel necessarily the security portion of it. And I think Mr. Altman and Mr. Smilers have done a great job in presenting the safe environment to the students. Like, I have a 16-year-old sister who now goes to Groveport, and now I feel comfortable like, okay, I'll drop you off at the gate, you can go in. So I feel like the district in general has provided that really safe environment that I feel like a lot of other places need. Like, I'm glad to come back to a game and not have fear that something could happen. and I think Groveport needs to have more recognition for the fact that I went from 0 to 100, and I feel like it's a completely different environment and a different vibe. And I was talking to Altman yesterday about even like student engagement. We want students to be at the game more. We want to have more. I mean, it's football Friday nights. You're supposed to have fun. It's football Friday nights. Like that, that's how it has to go. So I'm talking with Altman in different ways to engage students more, make them excited to get ready for a game. So it's like you bringing back that unity and connected environment that I think lacked previously. So as a recent graduate and a marching band member at every single football Friday night, I would say that's a great improvement. And I think the district is doing amazing. And I only see goodness from there at that point. But yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add one more thing. I just want to big up Mr. Altman and his team. Mr. Altman even is going as far as thinking about the time the school lets out to the time that a game starts. And the opportunity, which I never even thought about it, and it's gonna blow your mind. The opportunity for someone to go and stash something before safety equipment is put out. So they are like diligently, I mean, they have literally crossed every T and dotted every I to ensure our safety at these games. I mean, it's amazing the amount of thought that they have put into just overall safety and security. So I just wanted to shout out Mr. Altman for all his, hard work. But they're thinking of every possible scenario, having officers in different places of the game, of the field, of the facility. It's it's just totally different. So the evolve system has made a big change. So I'll put that there.
I would like to thank you all for your hard work. We would not be here without you, without the safety committee. Not saying we wouldn't have been able to do our job, but your input and your due diligence and reporting to the board faithfully has definitely helped me as a board member understand. I can't speak for everyone here, but I know, and I know we have two board members that sit on that committee as well. So getting it, they're sharing, and then you guys come in and also share. That's been very helpful. So I wanted to say thank you for your time and making sure that our students are safe and your commitment to our district.
And just to kind of expand on that too, it's been great to hear from the community members and from the parents as well, their firsthand thoughts and concerns regarding safety. Going back to the vandalism, I did have a question. What are some strategies that we're thinking about to help curb the vandalism at the playgrounds?
We're going to give a full presentation on that in the business update.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Full presentation. Thank you so much. So what all is it? I don't want to. Let me know if I'm going outside of what's already going to be covered. Um, the technology sunsets, right? We're going to end a lease here in another year and a half, something like a year. So I'm sorry. So is there again? Are we doing anything to test other technology we own versus leasing? And also, let me start with that question there.
We have some time, but of course, we're going to look into all of those things that you mentioned, but we're not approaching that yet.
Okay. And then also, what are we doing to keep from getting, I don't want to say complacent, but that's one of the challenges when you have metal detectors, right? And you're doing it day in and day out. How are we keeping fresh and sharp with that effort?
So this is beyond just the football, but it's the day-to-day
Right.
use of it. I work with a security team and I work with the high school on the use of it, and we do a calibration, and we also do debriefing on how it's going. And we do. It's human nature. You got to tighten shit back up and hey, remember this is how we do things. We also practice scenarios.
Great, excellent.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this. I've seen the Evolve system everywhere. I've seen it at the airport. I've seen it at NFL stadiums. I've seen them at festivals that I've gone to. It's pretty impressive what they can do.
And the kids feel safe. I mean, Mr. Almost shared that too. Like, there are some students who have come to him and told him that there's the safest time of their day is when they walk through the high school doors because they know no one has anything that's going to hurt them.
I would
That's what we wanted.
I like to say I'm happy that here that the safety plan, the school safety plan we have, has been successful, obviously, and it's working. I want to make sure that we continue to improve on it if we need to. It sounds like we're doing a lot for the high school football, but what about the elementary schools? What about, and this is with weapons and all that.
Well, the
What about
elementary and middle
also
schools
uh,
they
maybe?
haven't voiced that as a
So
concern.
how are we making our playground safer for one? Have we? Oh, you said you were going to look at that, right? Never
Yep.
mind. Okay, and also like our plan that we have, the recommended plan that we approved last March, we're supposed to annually make sure that that's up to date. Is the safety committee going to look at that, or does the administration look at that? How's that work? We had goals that you were looking for so many social workers. Have we met those goals for you? Has that been addressed? The security staff was another thing you wanted more, but we had a set of goals. It's on the website too, that link to it. Wanted to see if we have
Yeah.
revisited that and made sure that's all going as planned.
Well, I have answers to all of that, and this was just a district safety committee update. I can put together a presentation,
Okay.
but some of the things that you mentioned, we implemented right away. We added the safety and security, and we have them. We added the social workers, and we have them. We added the health secretaries, and we have them.
That's great.
So,
So the safety committee is not helping with this and looking it over and saying, hey,
oh, absolutely they are.
Oh, okay. So
The safety committee
they're gonna look at that.
and
Good.
Kenyatta talked about it. They have a huge influence on our district safety plan, and we're constantly looking at it
Mhm.
to where we can improve. For instance, we had a couple situations of threats in our middle schools, and we had an after action review. And how did we handle it? What went well, and what can we do better next time?
Also, keep in
That's
mind
awesome.
the safety committee is only one prong of this.
Correct.
When we have events, whether it's graduation or a sporting event, we meet with the schools, we plan and things like that. We have first responder meetings. We train our staff and we do tabletop drills and in-school safety things. We're constantly evaluating new technology that comes out. We've received a safety grant. Actually, one of the topics I was going to ask later tonight, there's a national conference for police administrators and safety experts that our grant would pay for, but it conflicts with our November board meeting. So I was going to ask to see if we could move our November board meeting so we could go to that national stage paid for by the grant and hear what's all the new cutting edge, new safety things that are going on. So we're trying to stay up to speed internally and externally to continue to grow. So it is always ongoing. We're reviewing things all the time. We're trying to stay up to date. A national conference like that, hearing expert speakers tell about trends and things that are going on will be helpful for us in our planning. So yes, it's ongoing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Jamie. And the other concern I had was drug use by students and drugs getting into the school. How are we monitoring that and addressing that and offering service? That's a safety issue too. And just we haven't really addressed those ever in the meeting. So if that's something the safety committee can look into and making sure we're addressing that for our students also.
It's actually a topic, especially edibles, for our next district safety committee.
Thank you.
And we had talked about that as well a few meetings ago, if I recall.
We did.
As well as the elementary schools. I thought last month or the month before, we've already talked about elementary school and middle school safety. But again, definitely, if you're watching, you have students in those schools, you can come out to the safety committee meeting and join. A lot of folks that started no longer attend or participate, so it'll be a great opportunity to provide that input. And I want to I'm sorry I missed your name. I wanted to thank you for being here and joining and coming back and speaking up. It's great to hear, where we were and where we are now, and you're not too far removed from high school, and that you were able to come back and share that. And I'm really, really happy to hear you say that. that speaks volumes for our administration and our police force, and thank them for all their support, because we would not be able to do what we do if we did not have our police department, our SROs, ones in the back. So we thank him for being here, as well as the hard work in our schools.
Next safety committee meeting, if anyone is interested, is on October 30th, correct? Wednesday, October 30th, 6 p.m.
And you look great for 41, by the way. I just wanted to say that.
Student Advisory Committee updates. So we have gotten our dates. We've worked with Dr. Green and Mr. Smathers. As I stated earlier, we've already had students reach out, so we have that up and going. I'm going to work with getting an agenda for the middle and high school with Mr. Bauer here. I wanted to also make a statement on record regarding parent advisory. I know there's been some concerns on where we are with that. Parent advisory has not been forgotten. The priority first for the board, because there was, I think it was about three of us was working. We wanted to get the students up and going, and we've done that successfully. And they're really excited to. Like I said, I even got an email before school started. I had a student also ask me how could they apply. So we've got the students engaged, up and going, and our next step is to get a meeting no later than November for our parent advisory. So be on the lookout for that. So I don't want anyone to think that it's not being addressed. So again, student advisory, what happened was our students that were already in, who had already participated, were grandfathered if they wished to, and they went to the next grade. And then we have applications to review. So we will be getting, and there's a lot of applications this time. You thought we had a lot last time. It's a lot more. So we will get those over to the team to look at, as well as parent advisory, by our next meeting in October. That way we know who we're inviting, and then go from there. But the first meeting for student advisory, if parents are listening or students, it's those that were already a part, so we can get going. And then by October's meeting, all of the new selections will be a part of that process.
But for the elementary school, we haven't started that process because those students went from 5th grade to
So you'll
6th
have
grade.
the,
So
well,
that
I can,
we
you
get
know what,
those.
we can get you yours. That is a good
Yes.
point, Miss Gray. Thank you. So we need to get Miss Gray her at least was it 4th and 5th, right?
Yes.
So you still have some 4th graders, if unless you didn't have any. You had no 4th graders, so there's that. Okay, so we'll have the 4th grader, and then we'll at least get you your 5th grade applications, or the 5th grade applications out to the board to review, so we can see if we can get them. And if there's not that many, I think last time we just decided to take everyone who we could take. Any additional questions or comments on that from any of the board or superintendent? Yes, Mr. Snap Mathers.
Yes, Madam President, I would like to recognize our school principals, admin, and the staff really made a conscious effort and worked really hard to make sure our students and staff, or our students and parents, knew about this and were given the opportunity to fill out the application.
Yes, and they always are so helpful. So thank you to our building principals as well. Anything else? And thank you, Dr. Green and Mr. Smathers, for working on the schedule and getting everything set up. Onto our educational trust. Now that we are universal lunch, yay, yay, yay! We should clap about that again. Thank you to our government for that opportunity for our school district. We can look at some future goals for our golf outing, which we will have again next June. I think we do it Father's Day weekend that Friday. So we're going to keep that staple unless anyone has another idea. And then for 2025, adding on a Halloween masquerade ball as a way to acknowledge our community partners, but also to have another fundraising event. Who doesn't want to get dressed up? And if we do Halloween, we don't compete with Christmas, New Year's, or Thanksgiving. So wanted to present that to the board as another way to raise funds. The money that we raised this year, thank you to Vice President Bauer and Gray for coming and volunteering. That money went to Mr. Treasurer to help with our student lunch debt this year. So I wanted to present those ideas and get any feedback from the board.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And just to clarify, that would be not next month, but in a year, the Halloween.
Correct.
Yeah.
That would be for 2025. I said 2025.
Yeah, sorry.
October 2025. So we already have kind of got a good thing down with the golf outing. Kudos to our comms department, Mr. Ty, Miss Michelle, and our treasurer's department for really getting that going and got all of our partners involved. People want to come to Groveport. People want to support Groveport. They see us. They want to help us. They want to be a part of what we're trying to do. And there's an old African proverb that says, "Many hands make labor light." So when we do the things like Mr. Morbitzer is doing and like Mr. Ty and getting the intern and things like that, that's going to help us get there a lot faster. So again, June, the Friday for Father's Day golf outing. Any objections?
No, I think it was very successful and everybody did a wonderful job. It was an easy day for raising money. I thought it was like when there's not, a lot of administration and things like that that has to be done, except that our treasurer did a whole lot on that, so we appreciate that. But it was, they golf, they have a great time, they eat, and we raise a lot of money. So it's great.
Yeah, it was a great fundraiser, and just echoing, thank you, Adam, for all of your work on helping to organize it.
And thank you again to our partners because we didn't have to spend anything. For the record, we spent nothing. So it was the golf outing itself was sponsored and taken care of. Plus, we had something to bring home.
Yeah, and just to say about that, the final net profit was a little over $12,500. So it was nice for a 1 day event. That's nice. It wasn't like a formal dinner, but for 12,000 for 1 day, that's nice.
So I had a question about the student advisory, but
She was trying to get
kind of jumped over that. So
sorry.
I'm going to go back to it if you don't mind. I just want to know if the student advisory, is that replacing student council or are we having both?
No, we talked about that. This has nothing to do with student council. Student advisory was a board committee. Those were we had the two board committees we had, which is the student advisory at all grade levels and parent advisory. So that was not to replace anything, and that I'm not aware of anything being replaced. And Mr. Smathers is shaking his head that has not replaced any other thing in the
Thank
school.
you.
This is an addition to.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So, by the way of fundraising in the past, and if this is helpful, I have organized Harlem Wizards games in Canal, and that was very successful.
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so in Canal with our Rotary, I have organized Harlem Wizards games. They're kind of like Harlem Globetrotters.
Actually, I think that has been in a side conversation that I had at the football game Friday night. I think that is already well underway for this spring.
Oh yeah, it's not something you can do right this minute.
No, the arrangements are already actively being made right now.
Okay, great. And because we all
I think it is a Harlem Wizards.
and it's mandatory that the superintendent play against
Of course. I can dunk on people.
Right.
And then there's that.
But what is this funding?
It's before Ed Trust, right?
No, this wasn't Ed Trust. This is already underway.
If they're professional fundraising.
Yeah, I know, but
I
I'm
think
trying
it
to
is.
ask you, who's it for?
It's either athletics or cheerleaders.
Oh,
Or,
I see.
I don't. It's already underway. One of our organizations in the district is doing it right now.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
So back to our Ed Trust. We want to talk about our goals. So last year, if you go to our board trust subpage under the educational trust under our board page, we had goals for lunch debt, athletic and other programming, and then things that we could do in the community, such as college tours, etc. So one thing I will say, I know that there are students who necessarily can't get the best equipment. I know some of us have donated pizza to our soccer team when we had we lost one of our cruisers to provide them support and found out there were some things that were needed. Another big thing is there's food before games for students to eat. Also, a lot of times after school, students may not have anything to eat. So, wanted to present that to the board as another way to fundraise to support all of our sports in some way. It's at least at one point touch them with blessing them with a meal or whatever it is that their need. Because we have some sports that have larger booster groups where others don't. And we know that the booster for the theater club does not have what they need. And that was something that came up in the high school student advisory, that if we could do something to do that. So that was one of our second goals from last year, and wanted to ask if we could raise that up as a primary goal this year.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea since we now have the um, free lunch program.
Hmm.
So we can move that one off our list and move the other ones up. Sounds good to me.
Okay. So I'll get dates back, and we're looking for a save the date for the June golf outing, and then the Halloween gala in October of 2025. I think, am I done now? Yes, it's back to you, Mr. Superintendent.
Correct. So I believe the consent agenda has already been adjusted. Is that correct, Mr. Collier? So we just go through, these are all under the superintendent agenda?
Correct.
And are the former consent agenda items up first?
No, business services update.
Okay. Okay. So we'll jump around a little bit, but we'll start with the business services update. And I think there is an updated presentation at your seat.
What's at their seats is just the transportation manning log.
Oh, okay.
That's all it is. That's all.
All right.
We didn't get that till
My
Monday.
apologies.
Yep, you're good.
All right. Well, good evening. Basically, most of my presentation tonight is going to be on playgrounds and what we're doing to correct some of the issues that we found when it was brought to our attention about a month ago about the condition of the playgrounds. The maintenance team and myself did safety hazard analysis. We walked every playground, and what we found is there were things in disrepair. There were things that were vandalized and multiple safety hazards. So things needed addressed. The playground as a whole hadn't been maintained as well as it should have been, but it will be from this point forward. The Groveport team's been working to correct these deficiencies, and while a lot's been accomplished, there's still a lot of work to be done. One of the other things is, I know at the last board meeting, the board had asked for me to provide dates that equipment was installed and pricing for that equipment. As I've gone through everything, there'll be a slide that'll show a few things, but there is very limited information in the district on the equipment and when it was purchased and how much it was purchased for. I found a few things like at Groveport Elementary. There's a piece there that I know was purchased in 2011. I don't know what the cost was. There was another piece that was purchased in 2017. Again, I don't know the cost. And the list goes on. At Dunlow, there was also equipment purchased in 2011 and 2016. At Sedalia, one of the pieces of equipment was purchased in 1995. Again, so I don't have good numbers as far as what the cost was or is. That information was very limited, but I wanted to at least share with you what I was able to uncover. So, since last board meeting, the playground safety hazards have been completed, and the company that did the initial inspection is named Pensura. Also, the maintenance team and myself. Some of the actions that we're putting in place to ensure that the playgrounds don't get to this point again is head custodians will perform daily inspections. We've talked with the building principals at the last administrative council about that, and we're sending out documentation to all the head custodians. The first thing they're to do in the morning is to go walk around the exterior of the building. They should be looking for broken windows, burnout lights, vandalism, whether it's on the building or on the playgrounds. So that's going to be first and foremost. That way, if there was vandalism or if there's a safety hazard on the playgrounds, it can either be cleaned up or addressed right away, or the children can stay inside or something that day so they're not around that safety hazard. We are Yeah, the checklists are being distributed. The first round has been given to the building principals already. I wanted their input on it because it not only lists the playgrounds but also custodial duties as a whole. What they should be doing throughout the day, both interior and exterior. So I wanted principal feedback on it. It's something I've used in the past, but so far everything that I've received has been very positive. We have 2 employees that are on the wait list for the certified safety playground instructor training. There's one coming up in Dublin, but it is full at this time. But our 2 employees are on the waiting list, and if a spot opens, they will be attending that. If not, they'll attend the next round. So our goal is to have 2 people certified in playground inspections. We'll look at some of the pictures here in just a second from the playground. Um, Highland is our insurance company. We're also talking with them about some of the vandalism that's taken place on our playgrounds and what would be covered and a potential claim to help fund some of the replacement equipment that's needed. We are also investigating the feasibility of adding fences around the elementary playgrounds. Again, to help keep out, so if we can lock gates at the end of the school day or at dark, it'll help keep, because you'll see photos of where we've had some vandalism by the dogs and things like that on the swing, trying to keep them out of the playgrounds. We can also post signage that the playgrounds close at dark. And in fact, that's taken place already. The signage has been ordered with playgrounds being posted that they close at dark. If there are people on the premises after hours, law enforcement can then ask them to leave. And comprehensive annual inspections will take place at the end of beginning of every summer, end of every school year. Now, along with the daily checks that are being performed by the custodians, we will have inspections every summer so the playgrounds don't get in this condition again. Can you flip over to the pictures? Sorry. Oh. Thank you. All right, so a few of the pictures I wanted to share with you. Now, I'm not saying that with the playgrounds that it was all vandalism. There was some pieces that were in disrepair and that should have been taken care of, and that's what we're addressing now. But there is also vandalism. You can see, like in the blue slide on the top, a hole like that just doesn't happen from children sliding down the slide. Okay, these kind of things, the burn holes in a lot of the plastic. We've had a company come in and basically it's called plastic weld. So they're trying to repair those so they're safe. The fix, obviously you can see a difference. It's not perfect. The color doesn't match, but it's safe for the children to play on until we decide what pieces we want to replace and what the budget looks like for playground equipment. I'm trying to make everything safe right now. You can see in both of the swings, you can see teeth marks and dog bites in those. It has been brought to our attention that I guess a couple of people or more have been training pit bulls over there and things of that nature, having them hang from the swings. I haven't seen it personally, but at one playground in particular, over 70% of the swings are in this condition, and these swings were installed 2 years ago. Can you flip to the next one? These are a couple of the other things that we ran across. The bench on the upper middle is completely bent back. That bench has been removed. And you'll see other acts of vandalism on here. So things that are being corrected. Again, right now the slides, we've had plastic weld done on all of those. If the damage was too great, the slide's been removed. So we have removed several pieces of equipment and we have repaired several pieces of equipment. wooden benches or walking planks that had started splintering and things like that, those have all been removed. There were some wooden benches that were used as seats at one time that were in poor condition and were loose and proposed a safety hazard. Those have been removed. Um, on two pieces of equipment, we were able to just remove a small section of equipment that we couldn't get replacement parts for, but keep the main structure. So the students still have the vast majority of the structure. We just removed what the safety issue was on that piece of equipment. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that everything's safe. At Groveport Elementary, all of the pea gravel was removed and regular playground mulch was brought in and brought up to the appropriate depth. Yeah, these are some of the pictures now. You can see the truck that is blowing in all the mulch. These are this is the Groveport team spreading mulch, removing pieces of equipment. This is where I said we had to remove one small section, but we were able to keep the rest of the structure. So this is our team. They have been working some days out in 90-some degree heat. I would like to send out a big shout out to the maintenance team. They've done a great job. They've been out there every day and they've worked very hard to try and get the playgrounds turned around as quick as they possibly can. I have also met with a contractor who works with 3 different playground companies. They're working on getting us pricing now, so we have good estimates on what it would cost to start replacing some of this equipment. As everybody, or hopefully everybody knows, playground equipment is expensive. And it will not surprise me. I think if we are, 2 structures on a site, maybe 1 or 2 smaller structures, I think you could very easily reach $100,000 per site. So again, they will get me definite quotes, but I don't think that that is out of the realm of possibility. So just as an FYI. The other thing we are looking at is Nate with our tech department. He is looking at our cameras on the outside of the buildings and improving the cameras that face our playgrounds and enhancing the video surveillance all the way out, covering our playgrounds. We want to make sure that we've got good coverage. The other thing we want to do is if there are people that are out there vandalizing our playgrounds, we want to be able to identify who they are and contact the authorities and let the authorities deal with it. So, obviously playgrounds are for our children, for our students. We want them safe, and if there's people going in there vandalizing our playgrounds, they should be held accountable, in my opinion. So we are looking at getting camera coverage installed, or enhanced rather, it's installed, so we can hopefully help protect our playgrounds as much as possible. As I mentioned, we have removed several pieces of equipment. We also have several things on order. On the walking platforms where some of the rubber has started to peel off, there is it's a pour in place. It is a rubber compound that you can put back over those that are supposed to make the system safe without having to replace a walking platform. On several of the structures, the walking platforms are still sound. It's just that the rubber coating is coming off of them. So we're trying different ways to replace the rubber coating. That way, again, we're not having to tear out the whole structure. We have some walk bridges that we're replacing the links that are in between each one of the walks. Over the years, they have just become worn and they are spread just a little bit too far apart now. And there's pinch points where a child could get their hand down in or something like that. So we have those parts on order. So we are trying to do different things to keep all the equipment we can, but keep it as safe as possible. So we've ordered the parts that are still available. Some of our equipment is old enough that the parts aren't available anymore. One of the things we were able, as a slide was removed and a panel was moved over to where that slide used to be, and we have on order currently, there's a, we'll call it a glass bubble or fish bowl. That's on order. That's what will go there. So a student can't fall off where that slide used to go. We're just awaiting for that piece to come in. There's actually two of those on order.
A couple other things I would share. um, we're trying to address this and a combination of fencing and cameras because this is very expensive things, and the repairs we make or the replacements that we do, we want to make sure that it's protected, and we don't have holes burned in new equipment, and we don't have swings chewed up. So we want to do that. The other thing, and nothing is ever as easy as it seems. I think when we did the assessment, we had equipment from 9 different vendors. I think 6 of those vendors no longer exist, and everything is proprietary, so you can't just swap equipment from one to another. I will tell you that as we documented everything with pictures and we pulled things out and brought them back here to the warehouse to work with the insurance company for the things that were clearly vandalism, we did things like from the same playground, if we had to take a slide away and there was a piece of equipment that could go in its place, we replaced it. Something that seems simple and little, and this is crazy, but reusing the bolts from equipment we pulled out. I think a set of bolts we look at these custom bolts to be able to use, and it wasn't over like $100 for a single package of bolts.
Easily, yes.
So we want to make sure we're doing it well. We want to make sure we're doing it safely. We're trying to repair whenever we can with a longer term plan because, as Dave said, it is not out of the realm of possibility at all that we can easily go into $100,000 per school just in equipment. That's not talking about fencing and the camera upgrades. And if you're going to invest that kind of money in equipment, of course, or even the things that we have now and we have repaired, we want to make sure we keep it in the best shape as possible. So it's going to require some extra cameras and some fencing and additional supervision because everything anecdotally we got back from the teaching staff and the principals, these aren't things that are happening during the day with our kids at school. These are things that happen in the evening, and in many cases have nothing to do with our kids. But so I think we're putting preventative steps in place. We're doing repairs, and we'll look and see. But I believe the swing order, it ultimately took 18 months from the time we ordered it until the pieces got here and we're all fully installed. So we're trying to do everything we can and keep it moving along as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I would just like to say to the community member that brought this to our attention, I'd like to thank him for doing that. That was something that we were not aware of. And I appreciate him doing that because we definitely want to make sure that these playgrounds are safe for our students. Thank you.
And I
They,
agree with
Thank
Ms.
you to the maintenance staff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
they will be inspected regularly now, and yeah, we won't have another surprise.
And I think the community member that brought that forward, I actually went out and looked at some of them, and you can see the teeth marks. So I definitely heard loud and clear, what he said, and went and looked, and it was you could see, and they're very good in new swings. They were not old. You can tell like it was really good and tough, and there's these bite marks in there, and then just kind of seeing how it's easily accessible. So I am interested for further discussion and whatever the recommendation you and Mr. Superintendent Group may have, so we can ensure we do that. I do have a question about when we do cameras, or if we find someone is vandalized. Are we looking at getting law enforcement involved at this point? Because with the amount of damage we would have in insurance claims, then I'm looking at Mr. Treasurer, that would then mean our insurance premium would go up with the deductibles. So we would need to kind of get some sort of, so I just wanted to ask that question.
I think we're going to have to pursue and press charges when people vandalize our schools and equipment. I mean, I don't know what other. I mean, it's the appropriate thing to do. I agree.
So one thing, and I shared with Mr. Grube while we were downtown a few days ago. There are stainless and aluminum and galvanized slides, and I think if we keep investing in plastic, we're going to be chasing our tails because they get burnt. Kids can put their foot through them, and the stainless sides are cooler as far as temperature, and you know they can last for decades, and you can get them customized, made safe, etc. And as I think Mr. Grube saw, I don't think there's a lot of price difference. You can get them very affordably. So I think that's something we should definitely be looking at is you know, quality built stainless aluminum galvanized slides that will last for decades and aren't subject to someone easily putting their foot through them or taking a lighter to them, and all of a sudden you're dealing with ugly plastic welds and attempts to make those types of repairs. So I think anytime we can find more durable product and you know, again, and more standard product using key clamps and pipe and that kind of thing, I think is another approach.
And I completely agree with you. I think one of the things, this was back in April, I sent out information to all of the elementary building principals trying to standardize that from now on we're only going to buy equipment through a select number of companies. We're not going to buy off Amazon or wherever else we can get the cheapest rate, because normally it's cheaper quality and we can't get parts for it. So, and I think we talked a little bit about that at the last board meeting, trying to standardize what's out there and buy quality and buy things that we can get replacement parts for. It just makes sense. So I agree with you. Superintendent Grube forwarded me an email regarding the slides and things like that. I looked at it. I'm happy to discuss it with Superintendent Grube and Mr. Smathers and sort of go from there and figure out where we want to go.
Don't those stainless steel ones get really hot though?
No, they're actually cooler than plastic.
Oh, it's the steel ones. Okay,
Yeah,
I just remember as a kid, and even at parks with my kids,
Yeah.
the
sun will get on them and they're hot.
Yeah,
But
they get really hot.
the plastic does that too, especially if we've got darker colors like blue. So I was surprised because I remember that too. But when you look into it, one of their bragging points is it's actually cooler than plastic. So who knew?
And the community member also brought up about the use of playgrounds. So can you look into that to make sure that we're covered on that?
Yep. Well, we'll check on that.
Thanks.
I think also, I know with the few parks that we have in the township, that the police will come through and close them at night. And I wonder if not necessarily big gates, but just very durable steel gates with signs on them, with them coming through at night and locking them down might not be a great opportunity for us to work with the township and Groveport to actually come through maybe and secure them at a specific time. I'm sure they'd be willing to do that.
I've actually had conversations already when I did my tour, and I reached out to our township trustee to begin conversation to see what's available, how we could partner. I know there's a park coming because I had concerns. I know people in the community are using our schools. However, how many parks are available in the township? Because they still, and some of them are our kids too. So we don't want them not to have fun, but when we have adults sometimes making bad decisions, it makes it bad for the kids. But I have had conversations, and there is an opportunity to discuss further with our township.
Yeah, I'm talking. They usually close at dark, not
I know.
necessarily. Yeah, locking them out as soon as the school closes. But
Well, no, and if we did gates, I definitely made the recommendation to Superintendent Group that if we did, just making sure that our maintenance team or whoever's there at the beginning, because if you look, there's walking paths, and we want to still make sure our children can come through during the school time frame, and that we shut it down at night, and then they're up first thing, so when kids start walking to school, they can still do that.
Right.
Yeah, it may be our second shift custodial staff. They could go out and make sure that everything's secured at a specific time. And then the head custodian, when he goes out to do his check first thing in the morning when he arrives, he could unlock it.
I also noticed that Sedalia, when I was looking around. First of all, let me say this: I went to Sedalia when it was brand new. It was, I think, 8 years ago. Anyway, we had a slide and teeter totters, and they were right outside on the blacktop, and a few things. But we like have a park now. I mean, it was really surprising to see how much equipment we have and how nice it is. But I did notice the building had been tagged and graffiti, and my the way my mom raised me is that you don't give them the satisfaction, So uh, I would, as much as we're able, like to see that removed as almost as soon as it's there, and it's brick, so I know it can be get removed with some work. So I just wanted to point that out, and again, just as quick as we're able to take graffiti and tags off our buildings, I think for me personally that would be awesome.
I agree with you. It should come off immediately. Internal or external, our standard operating procedure is take pictures of it so we have a record and then get it removed. Yep. Clean it out.
It's not our guys that do that.
It depends on how bad the tagging is. I mean, in my past, I've used a company where sandblasting can be damaging to the wall, but they can blast with baking powder or baking soda now, which won't damage the brick, but will still remove everything depending on how large.
Walnut shells, yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Good evening. Just a few add-on comments from our submitted report. Number one, the driver shortage remains a challenge. We separated from 3 drivers for performance issues, and then there's the timeliness issue. So we're keeping pace, constant onboarding, constant recruiting. The hits are coming on Facebook, so we're doing well there. The facility, Mr. Hausman, is glorious. I mean, it's wonderful. What a setup. It's ingenious that you were able to park that many buses.
I'm sorry. I'm having a real talk. Can you enunciate and slow down just a little bit?
Sorry.
We're getting some weird stuff here on the Mr. Husband is glorious and some things.
Well, he is.
What did you say about separation of drivers? I'm sorry.
Right. We separated from 3 drivers for performance issues.
Okay.
But also some other drivers for timeliness. We're very, very steadfast on showing up at the facility to clock in on time to start your day, to start your pre-trip, and the workforce is they're responding very well, and the new facility is so spacious, and the parking is so nice, and the buses, everything is so nice over there. It's going to work out. It's going to be a lot easier. Nice large dispatch area. I can go on and on with how nice that facility is. And you don't realize how many, we need 107 parking spaces for transportation. I mean, that's crazy because of everybody that's there. But so we're doing very well with that, and I can't tell you how nice. I keep envisioning the ice cream social next year. We're going to have to park the public over at the high school and shuttle them because our people will be there with their cars. The buses will be in the bus lot, and it'll be a nice event over there. I'm looking forward to that. As you well know, on September 3rd, the Ohio Attorney General, front page in the Dispatch, chastised the Columbus City Schools for not being able to perform community school transportation properly. And I just wanted to call out, the efforts over the past few years that you all have put out, and of course the fines that were incurred in the whole bit in the past. But everything's going great with what you're doing with community schools. But I'm getting calls on a personal basis from my company every single day from either public schools that can't provide service or community schools that can't provide service. So what's happening here is wonderful in Groveport. The mechanics completed the Bendix brake intensive training. I mentioned this to you a few months ago. So they're all certified. It was a 4-day course up in Cleveland, and they went through every component. And we talked a lot about what happened with the fire, and that was a one-off incident. No one did anything wrong, but our mechanics were certainly appreciative to take a deep dive into the Bendix brake systems, which are all on all of your buses. So I wanted you to rest assured that we've done that and followed through.
Was that related to like air? Was that brake? Was that an air brake?
Yes.
Was that related to air?
No, it was a wheel bearing that fell into that and the Bendix brake guy. It was great to have him there. He said that stuff happens, and he showed picture after picture of semis and things like
Those
that.
wheel bearing peaks coming off and
Came out. That's it. And way too technical for me. The components they had at that workshop were incredible. The mechanics liked it because they had these big boards with the actual parts on it. So they were able to have a compressor in the room, and they were able to see how the system worked front to back over. So they went through each system, each component over. It was a 3-day course, so it worked out really well. We have coming in about 2 months a fresh food commissary coming into, instead of having vending machines. They were there today, AVI Food Systems, who does the Cleveland Clinic and places like that. They're setting up, so you've seen these things in a lot of places where salads are available, the food's fresh, the drive, because it's a large group of people that are there in the middle of the day, and they're very hungry after their morning routes. And of course, everybody's invited from the district if you want to come over, and if you have access to take care, to use the fresh food commissary. And the very last thing is we're preparing for School Bus Safety Week coming up in October, and we're looking forward to having the Paddock Pub again for lunch. The drivers always appreciate that. But that completes my report. I think things are going well in the transportation department.
I was really impressed with the restoration that you've done. And so is that an ongoing, and is that an ongoing thing where you're going to be restoring so many buses per year, or what does that look like?
Oh, the restoration, that was a little side project of mine. So you had the 3 Reynoldsburg buses that just needed too much work. So 2 of them we salvaged, and 1 I sent to a shop down in Minford, Ohio, somewhere south, and that was a $41,000 restoration job, and it worked out beautiful. But I look at it as 1 bus caught on fire, and I was able to supply another bus for restoration. Adam never got the bill for that $41,000. I want you to know that, because he would have called me. So no, that's not an ongoing. But
that was a one-off due to the accident. Is that what you're saying?
Actually, it was. I was trying to see if we could do anything with those 3 Reynoldsburg buses, because they were here, right around the same time we got here, and they were sitting here. The highway patrol, no way. So I was wondering, actually, it was a goofy idea. I was wondering what it was going to cost, and I found out it took about 8 months for the group to do. They restore semis for these owner operators of semis who fall in love with the equipment, and they put that kind of money. So I went to them, and he did not give me an estimate. It was like, we'll see how it goes. I said, let it fly, and we found out, but it came out beautiful.
So did it work out well financially? Do you know? No,
it's terrible.
Okay. You're not duplicating it. You didn't end up.
No, you just bought 14 buses for $15,000 each, and they're going to last just as long as these other buses.
Yeah, I wondered if you'd come upon something that was a good way to keep buses going longer.
And the new buses, as you well know, are $120,000, $130,000. It's crazy, the cost of a new school bus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next report is the Diversity Engagement and Human Capital, Mr. Trace. And this is also, we have some updated handouts at your seat. Pardon? We had updated handouts at the board member seats with the adding the most recent hires and things in.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and very happy to be here tonight. I'm excited for 50% of what I have to tell you. Really excited for the other 50%. So, first of all, I'm excited to say that we are slowing down tremendously in hiring certified administrative staff. we are in the process of trying to hire a few nurses. Dr. Green will probably talk a little bit about that, but he's doing a great job with that. And then classified, we are still in the process of trying to find more educational aids. We're in the process of finding some health secretaries right now that will work with our nurses. And we just hired a new secretary that will start on Monday, I believe, for our special ed department. So I know that Dr. Angelini is very excited about that. Here's the part that I'm really excited about. Later on in the board meeting, you'll have the opportunity to approve Frontline Central. We talked a little bit about this at the last board meeting. It will become our new HRIS, which is our Human Resource Information System. We're excited because that would store our employee data. But one of the things that I'm very excited about is the onboarding process. Right now, our onboarding process is new employees come in and they fill out 13, 14 sheets of paper. And then we take that and we have to input it into the current HRIS, which is PeopleWorks. So we're very excited that this information will automatically go from the recruiting and hiring program, that Frontline, that we use from Frontline, that will talk to and communicate with Frontline Central when we hire those folks. So we're very excited about that. Also, Frontline Central, it syncs nightly with our payroll system, which it makes our treasurer very excited about that. It is information that once we put it in, the very next day we come into work, it is already part of our process. So we're excited about that. I do have just a real small, quick video to show you. It's kind of animated, but it does tell you some of the things that this program can do. Or I have to act it out. Mime. No problem.
And not just in the classroom. Keeping track of employee records, credentials, contracts, and more on paper is not only inefficient, it can also make it impossible to find the information you need when you need it to make decisions. Decisions that help you to focus on your most valuable resource, your employees. That's where Frontline Central comes in. Frontline Central is an electronic employee records management system that securely and efficiently manages employee information online. It gives you and your staff 24/7 real-time access to personnel files and other employee-related records. You can improve communications with your employees by providing permissions-based access to their own files. Create, distribute, and complete important forms using built-in workflows. And save time managing K-12 and state-specific employee credentials, including certifications, licensures, and the entire contract renewal process, all online. And rest assured that your files are secured and protected in a permissions-based central online location. It's easy to use and helps you to reclaim time for more strategic initiatives, along with providing insights to help drive decision-making. Get back to managing your people, not paperwork. To learn more, contact us today.
Can I ask a question on that? Does it also track your performance reviews?
It can.
Okay.
It can.
All right, thanks.
We have OTES for that right now, but it doesn't mean we couldn't use that.
Yeah, it's just like all one system, it'd be an alert system that performance reviews need to be done. All right, thank you.
We're excited about that. I just wanted to, there's one last slide. I'm kind of the type of person that really wants to hear from other districts too that have it. So I did do a little research on some of the districts that have it. As you can see, I did talk with the HR person out at Circleville, and basically Frontline Central is the easiest of all the frontline programs to manage and use. It houses all of your employees' payroll taxes, personnel files. It tracks teachers and aides licenses and background checks, which eliminate the manual use of spreadsheets. So um, I'm normally a spreadsheet guy, but I would really like to get into the reports that this program can do. So I'm really excited about that, and it's going to be awesome for our new hires, and it's going to be awesome for us too because we're going to be able to store it a lot quicker and safer. So
And you also have a workflow for signing, so it'll expedite the onboarding process.
I believe so. I believe so.
So we won't necessarily, we'll have DocuSign, but not as much
As much,
it'll be
exactly.
the contracts will be, and that way it's all housed in the employee record. That would be the system of record
Correct.
for the employee.
Mhm.
Okay. Because right now we're taking the DocuSign, downloading it, and then adding it.
Correct.
Okay.
We're just adding steps.
So, does it actually store data? So, is it actually storing the licensures? Or are you actually
Yes.
loading it in there?
Mm-hmm.
So is this like a self-serve for like taxes and things like that? So if an employee wants to change their tax?
Yeah, a lot of payroll forms are online already, so they'll go in there, they can download the payroll form, send it in to us, and then we'll get an alert when it's done. So it's gonna be kind of self kiosk.
Yeah, that's
nice.
Okay.
And one of the things it'll help with too is when you're not sure if you have that document yet, especially whether it's Treasurer's Department or HR, it'll actually tell us, hey, they're missing this. So, which is awesome. So we're excited. Now, just to give you a timeline, we're looking to start this in, I believe, mid-October. It's about a 12-week process. So what we're hoping to do is probably mid-January be able to kind of slowly start it with some of our classified staff possibly, and kind of move from there. And then run wild with it in April, May, and June.
Did we get to an MOU as far as the healthcare side of the world, as far as the aids and an understanding?
We've been working with it and negotiating. We're actually meeting on Friday to finalize where we are. It's going really well.
Okay. And have we determined you mentioned again health secretaries? Are we locked into that, or is it? I know you mentioned certified versus non-certified and where they fall in. The nurses fall in with the
certified
teachers. Yeah, certified.
Certified, correct.
And this does not. And again, the question I have is health secretaries being kind of not a medical, not a widely. If you look up health secretary, that's going to be a person working in a doctor's office, right, and doing secretarial work. So as far as the medical field, are we better off with actual certified medical people?
We're negotiating this, so I don't want to talk about too much how much we're negotiating, but we're looking into a lot of the things that you're talking about. But it's negotiation.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right. And how are we doing staffing wise with this right now? As far as I saw, we lost a couple.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if I don't have everybody staffed, I'm not a fan of that. I want to make sure we get everybody staffed. So we have, I'd say, roughly about 4 more aides that we have to find. As Dr. Green will probably talk about, we have a couple of nurses.
Are we just down the 2 nurses?
3, I believe. 3.
Thank you.
How many nurses do we have?
Total? 6.
5 or 6, and we're down 3 or 2?
3.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next presentation is special projects report with Dr. Green.
All right. Good evening. Okay, great. So just to kind of give you a quick follow-up regarding grants. So these are some grants that we have received for the 23-24 school year that we just closed out. So just to kind of let you know where we are with some of those grants. And there are some additional grants I know related to the OAG, the Ohio Attorney General, Safety grant, we have some other ones that are coming up recently, so we're looking into those. You can go to the next one. Oh yeah, go back just a second. The feminine product dispensers. So we recently, with working with the treasurer's office, we use those funds up, and we have got those dispensers put into the schools. So those will be available for students to have that.
Which schools do you have those?
Middle schools and high school.
Okay, great.
What is CTE equipment grant?
Career and technical education. Next slide. These are some grants that are currently pending. I can tell you that the Dollar General Literacy Grant, as of now, they have not approved our application. But these are some other ones that are kind of pending. I know a larger one with our Student Services Department. We're hoping to hear back from pretty soon. So just wanted to share some of those. Next slide. And then these are just some grants that we're also, like I said, exploring. One related to the OAG's office, the safety and security. There is another grant through a connection which we've worked very closely with them, United Way. Aaron Moody shared with me as well, so I'll be exploring that. I don't want to share too much, kind of thinking about what Mr. Morris shared earlier with potential people taking on grants that we're discussing. So right now, these are some that we are considering as viable options to consider for the district, especially related to CTE, STEM, and safety and security. Any questions on grants?
So how do
What's-
we, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
What's the SBMH? What's
The school-based mental health.
Okay, great.
That's under student services.
Okay. I had the same question.
Thank
So
you.
how are we tracking year to year? I mean, how much of this, or do we know? I mean, how does
Tracking
20
what exactly?
Yeah, 24, 25 look compared to 23, 24?
In terms of the amounts or?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so looking back at this, like 23, 24, we were running a total of about 1.4 million in award amounts. We currently have around 13.2 million that's pending potential grants.
Awesome.
Like I said, some are coming in to let us know that whether we've been accepted or not, some that are still pending, of course. So we're looking at those from 23, 24 to 24, 25. We haven't obviously gotten off the ground with all the grants that we're going to probably be seeking, but this just kind of gives you a snapshot of what we were doing previously and what we're looking to do potentially.
So do we track them of like the universe, good, best few? Do we have a way that we kind of project and see it, like, here's our universe of applications, here's what we think our odds are, and trickle down? Do we follow it that way? In other words, do we know if
I could say I'm not sure how this was probably managed in the past since we've had some transition with staff.
Right.
But I could say going forward, yes, we will need to do a better job of making sure that we're tracking and seeing what some trends are, what are some needs that we have, and then making sure that we get appropriate stakeholders to talk about what those needs are, and that we're sharing that information and clear about, yes, what are high priorities, which obviously I think we've talked about a number of those tonight. But
yeah,
yes,
I mean,
we will
it would be
do that.
great to know, like, how much did we apply for to land at 1.4, and of this 13.2, where does that land us for next year, and just kind of have a universe we can understand, that we're keeping up with the overall applications, and,
Yes.
and how good a job we're doing landing them.
Right, and we are, and we'll, like I said, for this year with some, like I said, some of the transition, we're going to make sure that we're more streamlined with how we're managing
Awesome.
and keeping up with those.
Thank you.
How
Anything
long
else?
is the process from when you decide on the grant you want to apply for, or the district, the team? How
So, and
long of a process is that?
it varies between the grants. So when we have a grant that we're looking at, we'll just discuss maybe as a cabinet, or I'll go to, the specific department, say, hey, this is a grant that's, a potential grant that we can consider seeking. What are your thoughts? We'll look into it. Some grants have open-ended deadlines. Some are within a few months. It just depends on what the grant is. I know some of the safety grants, they have, more stricter date in terms of getting back to get your application completed within the 60 to 90-day period. Some are a little bit more lenient. I did see one that's open-ended that we'll be looking into potentially, but it varies based on the grants that you're seeking, and the deadlines can be potentially within a few months to just various dates that they're considering like an open application
Well, I
for
guess
folks
the
that apply.
question was more not like on the deadline, but how long does it take you or the team to fill out all the paperwork required?
On
for
average,
grant? Yeah.
on average for grants, it would be 40 to 60 hours of work related to grant writing and preparing a grant application. But again, I would say it varies based on the type of grant that you're looking for. Any other questions? And then also just following up regarding school nurses, we have some candidates within our applicant pool through Frontline that I'm going to be interviewing. It's been very slim, I will tell you that. We don't have a lot of applicants that have reached out to apply, and some of those that have decided not to pursue a school district. So it's a very tight market to get school nurses. So we're looking into other alternatives, as I know Mr. Smathers has mentioned a little bit earlier with MOU. So just to let you know that we are actively, as we get people that are great candidates, we are interviewing those candidates. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Next up is Student Services Goals Update.
Hi, good evening. For this, super quick, the next slide, these are the new enrollments and withdrawn students as of 9/4. As of right before the meeting, new students were up to 1123, and withdrawn students were at 604. So that kind of gives you an idea of where we are. Still tracking in the positive with that. Next slide, please. Thank you. One of the things I wanted to highlight tonight is we've been talking about the increased need for translation supports for our families, our immigrant refugee families that are coming in. We are seeing an increase in the need for translation services. So we are still utilizing our on-demand subscription-based services that we work with Assist and Marty. But one of the things that we are adding, I'm very excited about, is the Lexmark translation software, and that is hyperlinked for you guys to see that. It is an absolutely amazing program. They are printers that are AI-based that can translate documents inside of a minute into an abundance of languages. They keep adding languages consistently. What I appreciate about this is that we are not only able to take existing documents, put them in the system, select the language, and it will populate the translated documents. We can also go online and we can translate things for emails that we can send out to families. So if teachers need to communicate with families and English is not their first language, we have the capability that they can log in and it will translate directly for the families that way. We also have different things that the schools can utilize as well. So we did purchase, we're going into a contract for 2 different printers so that the schools are going to be able to use them as well. We have one in color and one in black and white because, again, we want to make sure that our communications, that we're getting everything out to the families, and I ensured that all of the languages that we are serving in our district are able to be translated through this with, it's like a 99.9% accuracy that's been vetted. So we're really excited about that, and they're going to be bringing those in the next couple of weeks. Any other questions for me?
Could I request a 5-minute recess, please?
Yes, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. What's your motion, Mr. Kirshner?
I request a 5-minute recess, please.
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Kirshner with a motion for 5-minute recess. It was Mr. Bauer. So Mr. Kirshner first, Mr. Bauer second.
Okay.
If we could have roll call, please, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner? Aye. Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Ms. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Berger? Ms. Delderberger?
Aye.
Next item, the superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the second read of policy KG-R, community use of school premises.
So moved.
Second.
This was a policy we did first read last time. I think Dave made the recommended changes from feedback from the board at the last meeting. If you have any questions, or would you like Dave to go over anything?
Real quick, I'm going to recuse myself as I did last meeting as
yes,
an employee of the city of Groveport. So,
thank you.
On the equipment use, was that changed? I was trying to find the change of that for that.
Dave, you want to come to the mic and just give us a quick overview of the.
Trying to figure where it was. I think it's number 10. Is that where we're covering that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Number 10 on the policy.
That's where it covers our staff, Mr.
Yeah,
okay.
we added. There was
use.
a part in there for the gentleman who runs the theater. We added in that charge. We also changed the utility charge to cover our utilities, both for electric, for HVAC, for lighting, things like that. So that was really the only changes, was just changing a couple of those and adding the theater manager in there.
That's what I'm trying to find it. I couldn't find where it specifically talked about if the theater and the lighting and the soundboard, things like that, was going to be used, that it had to be used by an employee, that they could not use it themselves.
I thought it was if you go to
It's in there
number 10 on
Equipment.
page 3 of 5 at the top. All electrical equipment and arrangement shall be in
that's what
charge
I
and
didn't
control
know if that
of the
was
board
what-
or its representative.
Yes.
So that's
Yeah,
that.
that covers that.
I would never rent the theater out without having that gentleman present, so he can run the equipment and everything.
And also on page 4, it talks about staff fees is required custodial technology, and then it's highlighted and theater advisor manager services.
Okay.
That's required, but it's
Okay.
our stuff, right?
Just want to make sure that's
Yep.
clear.
Top
Thank
page
you.
4.
I appreciate you adding that.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so going to item 10, should that be more comprehensive? All electrical equipment and arrangements? Should 10 also include additional coverage?
I think it's covered in the other areas, and I think by leaving 10 sort of vague, if there is something that down the road isn't covered, it could be covered under 10. So I wouldn't change it.
So what about deposit? How are we handling a deposit to make sure that it's covered in it?
Well, as far as the charges, we'll charge them, and there's something that I'll work out with Adam, but they'll have to supply a certificate of liability insurance for one. So if there's damages, we have their insurance policy that help cover it.
So we're being asked
No, if whoever would be renting our facility, if they are a nonprofit or a for-profit organization, our internal groups inside the schools wouldn't be affected, but any external group would have to supply a certificate of liability insurance.
Yeah, but if they do any damage, we have insurance coverage.
What do we do for? I'm sorry. What do we do for? I don't know. Say not for profit. So what for Allegiant? Maybe they don't.
If they don't have insurance, we don't rent to them.
So an individual can do something like that.
No, I wouldn't.
That's spelled out.
We don't have to approve any rental. We can just deny it.
You don't want to appear to be random.
No, absolutely not. Yes, I mean, if I request a certificate of liability insurance and they can't provide one, then I can simply deny it based on that fact.
That's what I'm asking. I want to make sure that the language certificate of liability is required.
So
I'm fairly certain.
it says it under Group B, but it doesn't say anything about insurance under Group C and D. So do they have to have insurance?
Yes, basically everything but Group A doesn't, because A is school-sponsored activities or students of the district. So obviously, if it was student council using a room or something like that, they wouldn't need it. But if it's external groups, they would.
But Group C and D, like I said, they don't have it called out where they have to have insurance.
Everybody who fills out the form, you have to have proof of insurance. That's a requirement to even submit the form, giving us proof of insurance, which is pretty standard with every school district I've ever been associated with.
So can you direct me on this policy where that is called out, just so I'm sure?
I'll let Mr. Hausman
Yeah,
direct
I
you on the
can
policy, but
scroll down just
I know our building use, our facility use application has that as a required thing to fill out to submit it.
It does. Can you scroll down just a little bit, Nate? There you go.
So CMD, do we have those requirements for those organizations?
As far as the certificate of liability insurance,
Because it looks like you've broken out, we get four different groups, but only me is required to have way of reading. I know that's not the intent.
that's not the intent. I can go back over it and try and make it a little bit more clear if you like.
I think that would be.
But yeah, that's not the intent. It's for, the intent is for any group other than our school groups to be required to have a certificate of liability
That
insurance.
would be a perfect, probably
Yep.
saying it right.
Yes.
I think it would be easy enough just to add it on where it has the fees. Just add a statement saying under Group B, C, and D,
Yeah.
certificate of insurance required.
Okay.
And it could just
On
read,
the top of page 205, number 1, each user shall present evidence.
I knew it was in there, but I couldn't remember.
Each user shall present evidence of the purchase of organizational liability insurance to the limit prescribed by the district administrative guidelines.
There you go.
and done.
Each user shall present
Of the purchase of organizational liability insurance to the limit prescribed by the district on administrative guidelines. It's also on the application. So it says it in policy, it says it on the application. That's if we don't have it on the application, that's an immediate return. We need this or it's going to be denied.
But then that procedure would also include.
If it's our own people, we are insured.
That's kind of a given.
If it's our own internal groups, our football team is insured.
I knew it was there. I just couldn't remember where.
It's okay, Mr. Houseman. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I'm still not a fan of organizations that are outside of our community, just saying. Not a fan of that.
As far as just renting to them in general?
Ms. Walsh, can you point out what area of the policy you're speaking that you're not a fan of?
Group D.
Did you say B or D? If you could
D
speak.
on page 3. Group Delta.
Okay. Thank you. Just couldn't hear you.
And that would be some of the dance studios that
Exactly.
rent.
Would that be the Barcelona?
Yeah.
That'd be
And
Barcelona.
actually in conversations with Barcelona now.
Also, that would prevent Barcelona soccer from using our field. Let's get that one.
But you're saying you're not a fan of allowing groups?
Right. Organizations that are outside of our community for profit.
I think it should be limited. I don't think it should be a to where anybody and everybody we rent to. We want to make sure that our facilities are taken care of and that the groups that we have in here respect the facilities and take care of them.
Now, from a business sense, if there is a ticketed event, you could add on the flat rate of the rental and a percentage of the ticket sales. So that's just to add on. I'm pretty sure Mr. Treasure would nod and smile and be excited. So if it is a ticketed event outside, then that could be another way to.
There can also be a charge in there for parking lot for parking fees. So if they are collecting parking fees, we can collect part of that.
And then requiring our, the police and all that. So.
Well, I guess
But
my
we don't have
concern is that we're having problems taking care of our facilities with just our group, our people using them. We can't even keep up with the maintenance.
Again, nothing says we have to rent to the external groups at all. We can deny it.
And this is just a provision to ensure it's in the policy in the event. But we're not renting to a lot of all of our group. Most of our groups that have used the high school have been a part of the community, the choir, things of that nature, or there are internal groups within the school.
So far, the external groups, because this was still being reviewed by the board, I haven't even returned phone calls to the external groups or answered emails or anything because I didn't want to be in violation of what the board may or may not decide to do with this.
What are we currently receiving for the football field or the use of the field from that varsity?
Barcelona, I don't think it's around 14,000.
14,000 a year.
No, that's
nice.
Yeah.
So I do like what Latoya said. The idea of if there are charges for parking or attendance to an event, that there be some discussion about profit sharing or something along that line.
And you can make it a donation to our educational trust, so it's a tax write-off. Now that's business. I'm serious.
That's right.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not.
So the percentage of the ticket sales would then go to the Ed Trust with a nonprofit letter from the Ed Trust, and then it's a win-win. The school receive whatever, and then our Ed Trust is able to do additional programming for our students.
And we may want to limit that to for-profit organizations, so we don't want to necessarily hit if the community choir charges for tickets or something.
I was talking about outside groups, the 14,000 and up people.
Right. Yeah, agreed. But that's what I'm saying. We may want to carve out. I'd like it as clear as possible so that it doesn't seem too random to organizations that are applying.
Well, I think you got to be clear too, because you're saying, well, we can sell some groups they can't, and some groups they can. And to me, that's opening yourself up to possible lawsuit on discriminating from one group or the other.
I think if you are talking nonprofits, I don't think that necessarily.
No, I'm talking about Group D, profit.
Well, a lot of businesses or people who have facilities and event spaces, they do have a sliding fee scale based upon the type of entity. A for-profit is just that they make a profit, and if that they need to use the facility to make a profit, they're probably going to more than likely break even. It's already a business write-off to start with for taxes, and then if we have to add an additional fee for any percentage for parking or the ticket sales, then that's another tax write-off from a donation. So I don't feel that's discriminatory. Any other large event space does the exact same thing. And with education and public education specifically being targeted, who doesn't want to help the kids?
So what's your thoughts on verbiage?
On the fee scale, if we go this route, I mean, I'm fine where we are. We're just throwing other ideas out since we're looking at probably not voting tonight. Updating page 4 to include, or under D, maybe there's some asterisks to talk about that if it's a ticketed event, percentage of the ticket sales, or an additional flat fee, whatever. I'm open to whatever.
Okay.
But I can send sample language. That's fine. I did not have that thought originally, but if we're looking at making additional changes, that is another way to take care of our Ed Trust without throwing an event and helping our students.
Yeah, and I like the idea, but are we holding you up? Do you have people waiting right now?
It's okay. I can keep ignoring their phone calls.
I don't want to miss Barcelona.
No,
I would
I'm
almost
joking. I
Or
wouldn't
Barcelona,
do that.
whatever it is.
Barcelona's already, using the facility, and we're just talking. They're sending me their current agreements, things like that. But
Okay.
if you'd like some changes made, I can make the changes and bring it back next month.
Okay. And is there also any concern or thoughts on group size? So when we get to a certain size group, that there may be an additional charge.
Isn't it? Does it? I thought it said something about based off of like because we're based off of the maximum occupancy limit based off of the space they wish to use, so we can't exceed that. Correct?
Exactly.
Right,
Yeah, I
I
would
know
never
that,
rent to any group that would exceed what the occupancy limit is for a mentioned space.
Right, but a group of 40 versus a group of capacity. I don't know if that should be the same. We don't care, just renting the space. Probably keeps it simpler, right?
Yeah. Any other questions?
No, and the other thing as a board, I mean, I think what we have is enough for Mr. Hausman to begin, and if we want to, at least we still need to vote on it because the motion is there, and we do have to vote on it. But if we still approved it, we could still make an amendment in October, so that way he can move forward with what we have, or we all vote no, I guess. So if there's no additional questions or comments, if we could move to roll call. Mr. Treasurer.
Sure. Okay. Mrs. Dauberberger.
I have one question before we begin. So did you guys give him all of your updates? I want to make sure we are clear on that. Mr. Kirshner, Ms. Walsh, there were some updates that you asked for. So what are the final edits, just so I understand before I vote either way?
I don't understand your question. You're asking a question, right?
I asked you what your final edits were on the proposed policy. Um, that way, if that would determine how I would vote if we're looking at specific language and changes. So, like, what area of the policy do you want changed?
I don't have that right now. I don't have that right now. This meeting, I would have to work on that to do that.
I didn't think there really was any after we found where the liability insurance was already listed. I thought that took care of.
I'm just making sure. That's why I
Okay.
was asking. Yes, ma'am, you're correct. I just wanted to make sure I was sure before I voted.
So you are Stelberger. Are you wanting to put anything in here at this time for percentage or anything with ticketing?
No, I was just throwing out an idea. If we were going to make changes, we could go make those changes, but that's not. We have other things on the agenda to get through, so I'm either way. That's why I was asking: are we asking to make changes, and if so, then that would determine how I vote. That's why I'm asking you and Miss Walsh.
Do you have any changes you want to make? You need a minute.
I would say that I move that we postpone this until the October 9th Board of Education meeting. I make a motion to postpone this issue until the October 9th Board of Education meeting.
Okay, I'll second. It would be.
Here's what I found.
It's the same as just okay. We have a motion. We have a second.
So I have Ms. Walsh's motion and Mr. Kirshner's second. We got roll call, Mr. Treasurer, on the postponement.
Mrs. Walsh.
Yes.
Mr. Kirshner.
Yes.
Ms. Gray.
No.
And Mrs. Dauberberger.
Aye. So we'll postpone to October. So then with that, let's go ahead and put a timeline to get these updates to Mr. Hausman, please. So I would ask that the board is committed to getting him any additional language or changes so we're on time, by October, let's go with September 30th. So that gives us at least 2 more weeks. if we could make sure any additional language or changes or questions, we work with Mr. Hausman to get those addressed. And I'll send everyone a calendar invite so we're on par and on task so we can get this thing voted in October. Thank you.
Um, so we're on par, I'm sorry. After you said we're on par, I got lost.
I was saying September 30th will be the date that you need to provide any additional language
Yep.
or changes or ask any additional questions to walk through the portions of the policy. So when we come back in October, we can vote at that time.
Okay, sorry.
So I'll send a calendar invite. So that's a task of all board members. If there's anything else so that you have that additional time.
Can I ask to back that up at least one day, only because we go over the draft agenda
Okay.
on the 31st and we publish a draft agenda on the 1st. I'd like to have at least a day to try to.
Why don't we?
Let's go to the 23rd then. That's still
Yeah, I
enough
was gonna
time.
say, why don't we give them some padding? We don't need that much time.
So September 23rd, by close of business, that's 4:30 p.m. On September 23rd, any additional changes, comments, questions to Mr. Hausman, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hausman, for your work on this.
Works for me. Thank you.
I'll get Seth back and then we can go. Yep. Back to you, Mr. Superintendent, excuse me.
Okay, item 6, the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the frontline contract for the Human Capital Department.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Graves first, Mr. Kirshner second.
I don't know if there's any further discussion or questions. Mr. Trace talked about this a little bit during his HR presentation.
Just what's before and after cost? What's our cost now versus it's very similar?
It'll go up a little bit. PeopleWorks and DocuSign, because we're getting rid of both of those. So it probably increased 10,000 a year, but it's going to hold all of our stuff a lot better.
And just a clarification, Mr.
I think
Collier, we will greatly reduce DocuSign, but we won't eliminate it. We'll have other contracts. We say DocuSign, but all of the HR contracts will go through this.
Right.
And we buy blocks of envelopes for DocuSign.
Okay, excellent. And
How long did we have people work? For a long time.
Yeah,
For
me.
Before.
And
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Okay.
so, and PeopleWorks is roughly annually.
I think roughly it's going to be about 18,000 now. Now it's going to be like 24 to 28, something like that. So $10,000 increase.
And then I would also like for us to consider the difference between the two systems.
Yeah.
My background's in HRS as well. We are eliminating additional duties of a person.
Yeah.
So you also have employee labor time that is now going to be taken up by a system with automatic workflow. So let's keep that in mind. And I don't know if you have those figures. I'm pretty sure you probably don't, but the time it would take to send upload the contract to DocuSign, add the email, send it, get it back, download it, upload it into the system of record. Now it's an automatic workflow.
So how's the training going? Is everybody picking it up pretty good?
We don't start until October 15th.
Oh yeah. Oh.
We got to approve it first and then the training.
Okay.
Any additional questions or comments? Great work on this, Mr. Trace. I appreciate that. If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Dowderberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Ms. Kirshner?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the new job description for mentor.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second.
This is the job description for the mentors in the buildings for teachers to get trained and be mentors to the mentees to the new staff in the rest of the program.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Was GMLEA, did they help in drafting this job description?
we basically used the mentor job description minus a few areas, but it was, I'm assuming that the teachers union had a lot to do with putting the job description before the one that we ended up using.
Okay, and I had a question about the essential functions. The first bullet, it says reports regularly to the Director of Human Resources and provides him or her with oral reports and or written summaries regarding the status of the resident educator. Will this affect the resident teacher's evaluation, whatever is put in that report? And could, you know, it come back to bite the
First of all, teachers are not allowed to evaluate and will never evaluate each other. That's the evaluation process is only by a administrator.
So what happens with the feedback then?
The feedback?
Read the statement again.
Reports regularly, the person with this
Right.
job will report regularly to the Director of Human Resources and provide him or her with oral reports and or written summaries regarding the status of the resident educator.
That'll just be them following the program, the mentor program.
And will that report
Be
affect
used for
the
evaluation process? No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
So, my thing is I would prefer written reports over oral reports. I think paper trails are.
Well, I also, sorry, John.
That's fine.
On that same note, though, would it put a bullet on the teacher's back if the resident educator tells something to the to the director, the administration? Could it put a bullet on that teacher's back?
No.
You know, like, oh.
I don't. That's not the whole process for the mentoring program. It's not to. It's to assist a new teacher in becoming a better teacher.
So why are they reporting back to the Director of Human Resources then?
Because that process was part of the job description that was created by the teachers union.
So it's been there all along.
It's been there the whole time.
That's not anything new.
I mean,
on that
ultimately,
job description, because I don't
Yeah.
remember seeing that in there before. And to me, if they're reporting back something, it could put a bullet on that teacher's back. And so,
I can help clear
I don't
this
know.
up.
I just this
Mrs. Walsh.
concern that I have.
So that I think you're thinking of it as an evaluation tool, but really the report back is that they're completing the mentoring program. That each item that they're to complete has been completed, and they're following the RESA program. It's not an evaluation tool. It's not feedback about how their teaching is. It's not an OTES evaluation. Are they completing the mentoring, and are they getting the mentoring that's expected in the RESA program?
Okay.
My feedback is I would, for my part, just prefer that it not say oral, just be written. That's just my 2 cents.
Is that something we could do a pen and ink change for Mr. Group, or would we need to go back and discuss further?
The program has documented evidence along the way that we're required to complete. The oral would be like the weekly or monthly meetings about how the program's going and the mentoring, and so I think we're really stressing this evaluation piece, but really it's, are they meeting what they're expected to do as a mentee, and are we doing what we're supposed to be doing as mentors? Interesting.
Are there any additional comments or concerns or questions rather to Mr. Superintendent? Okay, hearing none, if we could have a roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dowdleberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
No.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the program of studies.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second.
You gonna give us a quick overview on this?
This is not the full program of studies that we would do, the review and the changes that we would do for next school year. At the beginning of the year, after we had already had our August board meeting, or it may have been the same day, the CTE staff at the high school, the Pathways staff, came to me and kind of talked about adding these two courses for different options for students in the information technology pathway and the interactive media pathway. And so they wanted to add these two courses, but they didn't want to wait until next year. They wanted our students this year to have those opportunities. One of the courses is in both pathways, so it gives students the flexibility if they decide to switch. So this is just the major overhaul of the program of studies that we do every year will be done later in the year. This is just adding these two courses for our kids this year, so they have options. And they'll align with their web exams that they'll take at the end of the year for credentialing.
And those two are the game design and the programming class?
Yes, the game design or object-oriented programming, and those were just added. And those are the only changes, just additions. We'll do the more detailed changes, and I'll present that later in the year. Most likely January, I think, is what we did last year, January or February. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board?
Did we do a student survey to find out what programs they wanted added?
The teachers came to me with this information, and they're basing it on their interactions with students and the things that the students like and enjoy, and felt that these two programs would definitely benefit those two pathways and be beneficial to those career pathways as well.
And how does that fit in as we're already in the year? How does that, tell me how this.
They have the flexibility within, and like I said, they were able to fit these in. We had already had our August board meeting, so we couldn't put this on the August board meeting. So they were able to fit it into the schedules for students that needed it. So they're fine fitting in for this.
You're already in the coursework here.
Yeah. Okay. And if we, if it weren't approved, we would make adjustments. But like I said, the August meeting had already happened.
Okay.
How many students do we have in this program?
I can get those numbers for you. I don't have those off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wimper. If we could go ahead and have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Yeah. Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
And Ms. Deliberations.
Aye. Motion passes.
I do. It's getting late. We'll keep you awake.
The superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the student handbook.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Gray, Mr. Bauer. Ms. Gray second. First, and Mr. Bauer second.
Is this a Carol thought? Oh.
Did you have anything else?
Oh, yeah, I just want to say, I honestly did not get the board packet until yesterday. Is when it came. So I haven't been able to review this completely. This was towards the end. It's 103 pages. Just putting it out there.
Okay, so it's 103 pages and it is a lot to go through. We did already approve the program of studies. We're asking to add a couple more courses in there with board approval. And then also within the course of study, the program of study, is the student handbook. And that wasn't a part of the program of study approval that we did January and February. So we're bringing it back to make sure board approves our student handbook.
Oh, and that's a good point, because I forgot with the student, with the program of study, we still have Mitzi Boyd listed in there in several locations. And Caitlin Duncan is also listed in there, and several, well, at
We,
least one. So just thought, oh, forgot to say that. I did get
But with the program of studies, that was the program of studies that was approved last February. So again, all of those edits will be made for next year. The only addition, the only thing that we did to this program of studies was add those two courses. Any edits with people who are no longer with us didn't happen. Those edits will happen in the next, when we do the overhaul of the whole thing.
Okay.
This was just adding the two courses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
any questions about the student handbook? We're still following the student code of conduct. Student code of conduct is being posted in the building. We've communicated with our parents and students that we're working on board approval for the student handbook, but still following our code of conduct.
Has the student handbook already been distributed or no? School year
Yes,
started.
but it was an older handbook, so we pulled it back to get our handbook approved by the board so we can pass it out.
So they're going off the old one right now.
Yes,
Thank you.
and there have been no changes to the code of conduct.
Thank you.
Okay.
You should probably stay there until the vote is cast.
And there, I'm just making sure there's no additional questions or comments. I know it was mentioned that you didn't receive, but we did mail as requested in our August board meeting the packets as requested. So,
Well, actually, you said you were going to overnight it. Okay.
oh no, we didn't. The you guys said that the Ohio Revised Code said mail. We mailed it. We didn't say anything about overnight. We can have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
All right. Mrs. Gray can go first. Miss Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
No.
And Mrs. Deliberations.
Aye. Motion passes.
You said something. Gotcha.
Okay, now we're going back to the former consent agenda items.
Yes.
I believe the first one is from the treasurer.
Yes, the treasurer recommends the Groveport Madison Local Board of Education approve the minutes for the August 14th regular and the August 26th special board meetings.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second.
So, again, we have the two meeting minutes, right? That's what you said. Put together in one vote, and it's not possible for me to do that. The August 26th, I wasn't at that meeting, and the meeting online did not have closed caption and wasn't accessible.
Any additional comments? Questions? Motions? All right, we have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Deliberager.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner.
No.
And Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following certificated personnel items as outlined on the attachment.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Any questions or comments?
There's a lot of jobs in there that I've never seen job descriptions for, and I'm not sure what those jobs are. Positions, building in the positions such as, hold on.
Ms. Walsh, do you have something else to share?
No, nothing else to share.
Okay, you mentioned some. Okay, if we can have roll call, then Mr. Treasurer, please.
Sure. Mrs. Delderberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
No.
And Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following classified personnel items as on the attachment.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Mr. Bauer first and Ms. Gray second. Are there any questions? All right, Mr. Treasurer, if we can have roll call, please.
Yes. Mrs. Walsh.
No.
Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
And Mrs. Delderberger.
Aye. Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following special ed contracts with NSS Outreach Ohio, Empower Behavioral Health and Intervention, and St. Vincent Prep Academy, and Reach Educational Services.
So moved. Oh, go ahead. Second.
Who was
All right.
Seth and Libby?
Mr. Kirschner and Ms. Gray.
Oh, Kirschner and Gray.
We tied.
And Ms. Gray, yep. So I have Mr. Kirschner first and Ms. Gray second.
Okay.
Any questions or comments, or we can move to roll call? Hearing none, Mr. Treasurer, if we can have roll call, please.
Ms. Delderberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Ms. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement. The Ohio law allows for public school districts to determine the impracticality of transporting resident students attending schools not located within the district after consideration of a number of factors. Upon that determination, the school district is permitted to offer payment in lieu of transportation to the parent or guardian. The Transportation Department has completed studies, and the residents in the affected areas will be offered in payment in lieu of for the 23-24 school year. The initial list of families being offered payment in lieu of transportation is attached as an executive content since it lists student names. And then the reasons that are reviewed for payment in lieu are listed below under 3327.01 of Ohio Revised Code.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Any questions or comments to the board from the board?
Oh yeah, I have some questions.
Okay.
So this list that we have, let me pull, we got a new one, it's up to date,
Yes,
right?
up to
More
date.
up to
That's
date
good.
list, okay. And they have more students on it. But one thing this list does not have is how many total students are going to those schools. And also, when I looked at the mileage, they're all less than 30 minutes. Some of them are as close as 5 minutes from, 2.4 miles. So like Eastland Preparatory Academy, that's real close. How many total students are going to that school? We know with the Columbus lawsuit that's going on that this matters. And we know that if we provided transportation to them in the past, that also matters. So it's hard, there's no way I can give a good oversight from the list that I received.
So are you suggesting we should provide transportation to districts who meet the definition of being impractical?
I'm saying that when the board, there's no way for me to provide oversight if I don't have the total number of students who are going to that school from our school. How many students? Because this is, ongoing. Every time we come, there's another list. It could be the same school.
Yep, that's how it works. They're considered as they're turned in, and each one is individually determined.
I'm not saying that you're not doing it facetiously or anything. I understand that,
But I guess what I'm saying is the total number doesn't matter. It's based on the applications we have at the time.
Okay.
And let me understand this, but for my understanding is that, just because there may be more students going to here. So say Columbus Prep, there may be 10 students, but they may be all over the district. So you're taking a bus that's going the whole route of our district. That becomes impractical. Am I understanding?
Yes,
how
this evaluation and assessment is done. We submit it to the Ohio Department of Education throughout the process. I mean, there's no trick mirror here. We've given presentations to the board, I think at least 2, maybe 3 times. We talk about this, but here's the thing: they've been deemed impractical by the criteria, and we've gone to ODE about this. If you don't want us to do this and you want us to transport students, I mean, we can choose to go to a greater expense and not follow this and transport students we're not legally obligated to. I mean, is that the message I'm getting?
And where do you think where did Columbus get in the weeds?
I think Columbus. I don't know. I can't speak to Columbus. I know that we're following things as we should.
And the Ohio Department of Education has approved these.
The Department of Transportation and the Ohio Department of Education is carbon copied on all of our communication.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions at this time, or we can move forward with roll call? All right, Mr. Treasurer, if we could have roll call, please.
Yes, Mrs. Deliberations.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
No.
And Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Groveport Madison High School softball trip to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, April 13th, 2025 to April 18th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
And Mr. Kirschner first, Mr. Bauer second.
That's a trip that they've typically done every year. That also coincides with our spring break.
Okay. If we got a roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Yes.
Okay, that's a softball trip. Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
And Mrs. Deliberations.
Aye. Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Groveport Madison High School band trip to Wilmington, Ohio, high school October 12th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
That was Latoya and then John, right?
That's correct.
Any trip that's over 50 miles, we have to bring to the board for approval.
Thank you. We have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Deliberations.
Sorry.
Aye.
Oh, I did have a question. We can continue with the roll if you'll permit me to ask a question one more time. That's fine.
That's fine. If you go ahead and ask, that's fine.
What does our band look like today as far as our numbers? How is our band doing as far as growth? Where are we right?
The band is improving every year, growing every year. We're looking at about 65 students, and we're including 8th graders, which somebody on this board has an 8th grader on the band.
Yes. Good.
Yeah, it's starting this Friday. Is the 8th grade is going to be part of the high school band, so that's pretty amazing.
Okay,
It
so
shows 76 students are on this.
okay, so
application.
where
That
where
includes
were
the 8th
we?
graders.
Where were we prior? Let's say 20, 21, 22. Where did we start with them?
21, 22, 35.
35, he said.
35 band members?
Yes.
Yeah, but the COVID.
When did
Yep.
COVID was it a big hit?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
We had a time, and maybe it's ancient history, but we were, was it a long time since we were over 100 students in the band?
2015.
I
it
can't
was
answer
200.
that.
I'm sorry.
2015, it was 200.
Okay. 200?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're heading in the right direction. I think Mrs. Gray said, 72?
76.
Including our 8th graders?
Okay.
I'm impressed.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry I interrupted the roll.
So I got Libby, Seth, and Latoya ready. So Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes. And once you get settled, Mr. Treasurer, we're on to your agenda.
Alrighty. Sorry. Got it. First thing here we'll talk about is the cash flow for the month. So we did get in our we twice a year we get in our property real estate tax payment. That's what these first two lines are. We usually get them in August and then either March or April. It was up a little up. In this column it was up, but this column was down. So, but overall, we did get an increase in real estate taxes. So it was very nice. Our unrestricted grants and aid, that's our state foundation. Those two lines, they're on par with what I budgeted. And then other revenues, we just had the additional tax money came in. So our tax revenue is almost 26 million for this month. Personal services again is salaries. Then you have insurance, benefits, retirement, purchase services. As you can see, going down. Our total expenses was 8 million. We did have a transfer because we do have debt that we have to pay out of the general fund. So that's what the 1.2 million is. That's what I think you guys did like 3 years ago. The debt. So that'll be happening once a year. And then so our expenses are 10 million. So we had a profit of 15.8 million. But again, that doesn't happen every month. Next month will probably be negative 4 million again. But again, 2 months out of the year, we have a big pop. Again, the chart of receipts, as you can see, the restricted grants. The biggest one this time is your real estate taxes that came in of 18 million. So expenditures, again, 58.7 is personal services because we did have a lot of purchase services at the beginning of the year like normal, and a lot of supplies like normal, and capital outlay. Because usually that number for the top two lines is usually probably 73 to 78%. But at the beginning of the year, we buy a lot of stuff out of supplies and capital outlay. And then the change from prior year, as you can, obviously we have our big hit we had this year. It was 20 million. Again, it was the property tax not coming in. As you see, last year we got it in July. But then we did go down here, $500,000. Our restricted grants and aid went down a little bit. Last year at this time, we had a bigger adjustment for some of our kids that this year we didn't get as big as adjustment. As I go down, personal services went a little bit, benefits went up a little bit, purchase services went down 165. So rest of the stuff again, supplies, capital outlay, cost increase. That's what this is. And that's about everything. But it's still in line with my budget. I'll be doing a 5-year forecast. I think we're going to try and move the board unit up. Probably November 6th, they'll do that. But these numbers are still on par with what I gave you guys back in May.
Okay.
So I'm very happy with these numbers.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Go back to the board meeting. So, and then my second item is this is our last thing for the OFCC project for segment 2. And it's a resolution of acceptance. So they've accepted us now. This board has got to accept it. Same dollar amounts and everything. It's just our final acceptance. I need a motion for that.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
So Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Are there any questions? All right, we could have roll call. Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Dauberberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Ms. Kirschner?
No.
And Mrs. Walsh?
No.
Motion passes. All right, on to our final item, comments, announcements, and other business.
So we didn't have this on the agenda, but I wanted to add this as another comment, or as one of the additional comments. Nate, can you give us? We're going to have a presentation. We've been meeting with the vendor about sound and video in this room, and so I've asked Nate to give kind of a brief overview, and then I think we're planning to have an actual presentation next month. So, Nate, can you give us some highlights on what you've done to this point?
Sorry about that. So I've reached out to a company called NPI. It's the same company that's doing the studio work at the high school. and they have gotten me a proposal that covers 2 cameras for this space, redoing the programming for the rack, and doing some additional rack hardware so that we can upgrade our presentations here from the board meetings. There's also additional options on that proposal to upgrade mics and put little viewing consoles for each member back here so you can follow along with the stream and the presentations, right here in front of you. There's also part of the proposal to upgrade the sound and the speakers in this room. But the big things are the programming work and the additional racking items in the AB proposal.
So that will put each mic on its own channel, and then you can name each mic, and then it could.
That actually is a completely separate system and cost that is not in that proposal yet.
Okay.
So having each person identified, each mic identified through each channel, yes.
Lots of money.
Lots and lots.
Nick, and you've had them come out and look at our system a couple different times. Also, one of the consultants came out and actually did attend at least part of one of our last board meetings to get a feel for what we have in place and what options to do. So we have been working on this. We want to make sure if we're going to invest the money, we get what the board desires to do.
And in I think it was last week, it might have been week before last board update, I did link the proposal, and I believe that has images of other school board streaming studios that they have built, so you can see some pictures of what they've already done elsewhere.
Nate, is this the gentleman who was here, who spoke with me during?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was talking about a loop system. That's a definite.
Yes, ma'am.
He said we had that. In fact, I think he said we had that.
We don't have what is called a actual loop system, but we have functionality built into that rack that serves the same purpose and does the same thing. So we have to get that fixed and working.
So would the overhead speakers be replaced with directional speakers?
I don't know. I don't know what type of speakers that they are.
But I can get with you and get that done.
And I can.
It's also in the board update. I think
it's in that board update, but I can
guys...
email it to you directly if you prefer.
Yes.
You might know from looking at the name and the model number of those speakers what kind of speakers they are. I was under the impression that they were replacing canned speakers like this, but I could be wrong.
Thank you for your hard work on that and providing that in the board update as well.
You're very welcome. I apologize Sam wasn't able to make it this week to go over that proposal with you guys. He's out of town, but he's willing to do so anytime.
Thank you, Nate. Another thing I will share, United Way, we've continued to work with them. One of the things we asked them were hygiene kits for our schools, and Aaron shared with me tonight that they just delivered 100 hygiene kits through donations to go out to our schools. The kids to pick that up, so that's very cool. The other thing I touched on just a little bit earlier, there's a safety conference. It's a national safety conference. It conflicts with our November board meeting, and I would ask if the board would consider maybe moving the November, I think it's 12th board meeting up to the first week in November as a possibility, which would allow us to go to that safety conference.
Yep.
That's what?
That's election day.
Oh, 6th is election day.
Right?
No, it's the 5th. It's the 5th. So the 6th is that Wednesday, and our board meeting is the 13th. So we'll just move it up a week. So it'll still be on the Wednesday instead of the second Wednesday, the 1st. Is that a conflict for anyone? I'm able to support you.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
The board meeting, we're asking to move it up so that our staff can attend the National Safety Conference that we discussed, so they can stay ahead on the technology and processes and things, and it's paid for by a grant. So we would move our November 13th meeting to November 6th.
We were thinking earlier rather than later with the Thanksgiving holiday coming after that.
Correct.
If it's a possibility.
That's fine.
And what
I'm
were your,
good.
what was your comment about the 6th?
The 6th is what I'm gonna move it to. Are you gonna move it to first Wednesday?
I thought she said something about election.
Yeah, I was thinking, because he said the 12th, and I subtracted 7, and that came down.
Oh, okay, you're good.
I'm like, that's election day.
Yeah. Okay.
I can do
Can
the
I-
6th.
You can do
Yeah,
that.
6,
Yeah.
6 great.
Yep.
Everybody's good, and we can keep the same time, correct? 7 p.m.
Thank you. We will update the website and get the message out that our regular November meeting will be on the 6th instead of 13th. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Congratulations on the grant to attend as well. There was another thing as far as the that I forgot to mention with the educational trust. We have an opportunity, and I'll lean on Mr. Smathers a little bit here for some students to attend a Disney trip. And the cost of said Disney trip was kind of on the steep side, and we're looking at if we could, with the fundraising we do, earmark enough money to cut it down so it's not over $1,000, and it may be something that students could then meet through other fundraising means through that program. So I just wanted to see if that be something also we would be also interested in doing.
That was the band trip, right?
The big band trip, right?
It's the band trip to Disney, and it's a great opportunity. But the trip does cost about $1,000 per student. And if the educational trust was interested, that we could, they could donate some money to the band where they could supplement some of that cost down. And maybe it's not 1,000, maybe it's 800 or something.
Just the concern is that they're going in, what, is it April?
Yes.
They go? We
And it
won't
was the
have any more,
fundraising.
we've already spent all of
Yeah,
our
we spent our
fundraising
money.
Yeah. We don't have,
for June, so we wouldn't have money available
right.
unless we
Yeah.
had some other type of
Okay.
donation to the trust.
Well, we can also work on trying to obtain other donations without doing that, because there's a couple music associations that I'm familiar with that we could try to see if we can get some money.
So how many students are we talking about, and what is the fundraise we're going for?
I'm sorry.
What are we trying to raise to help? Is there a particular number that we need to hit in order to help?
Well, at this point, as Ms. Gray pointed out, which I wasn't thinking about the date or the timing of the trip is before we start our fundraising efforts, and the money from last year has already been spent for lunch debt. So we are at a zero in our educational trust. However, if anyone's watching at 11:29 at night and feel the need to donate to the Groveport Madison Local Schools Educational Trust, please contact Mr. Adam Collier. We will gladly take your donation to help our students. I mean, hey, you never know who's watching. But yes, that was what I was just bringing that up as another example of how the Ed Trust can help student and families have the opportunity to participate in some of the programs that they may not have funding to do so. You know, they don't have the extra. Any other comments or announcements, or we can move to adjournment?
I do have a couple things here. One is the Ohio Capital Conference. Are we attending that as a group? I know they have different rates for individuals or groups of 6 or more is one flat rate.
Yeah.
We typically register as a group.
Yeah, we're great.
Yeah, every year we go as a group.
Because once you hit that plateau of whatever it is, it's a flat rate.
Right.
So we sign up all of the board and cabinet members and things like that, and then people can attend as they're able. But it's not a commitment that we're paying, a set amount for an individual if they can only go for a day or they can only go for certain sessions. So all of the board will be registered for that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Unless someone cannot, right? Please let us know if you can.
Yeah, if somebody absolutely knows you're not going to go, we won't have them print badges and waste the time to do that. But that's our typical standard operating procedure, is to register all the board members for that.
Okay. I have a question. It may not be answerable without being very vague, but I don't know why we have no executive session, as we were prepared for an important one. And are we expecting to do a special meeting to accommodate this?
I will follow back up with you, Mr. Kirshner.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, the Transportation Committee want to clarify, obviously not at all interested in breaking contract or doing anything in any type of haste. Our transportation costs have gone from like 4.5 mil to almost 7, upper 6. So I think it's worth having discussion of in-house transportation and what a plan would look like and how to, work together cohesively to make a smooth transition and identify if that is something the board would be interested in. So I think we should form a transportation committee or have board of the whole conversations regarding around that conversation. And I would love that added to the agenda for next time. Also, I would like to follow up further on the other items that I've carried forward from other months, but also add the music program general discussion just to talk about growth, where we're headed, what other opportunities we have.
I think the music program, discussing that would be great. I hope that's on there and the other items, but especially that we have no string or instruments. We need to have more music in our junior highs. It's a good thing to have. And our elementary schools, actually, kids should start probably in 5th grade to do band instruments and orchestra, no string. Guitars and string. Kids like it.
Okay, thank you.
Also, policy EDE and EDE-R, a discussion for review of those. I had asked for that, so hopefully on the next. And board standing committees, a discussion on that at our next meeting, please. Thank you. That's it. That's all I got.
Yep, thank you. Just a reminder, the board president and the superintendent sets the agenda. So it's not that anyone's being ignored. We want to make sure board business is taken care of. The committee's piece has been discussed multiple times. We bring it up every single board meeting. So I don't see where we'll be bringing that up again. Regarding the transportation discussion, I want to state for the record, it was never that the board as a whole didn't want to discuss. We were advised by legal counsel to stand down. May I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Gray and Mr. Bauer. May I have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please?
Mrs. Delliberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Ms. Kirshner. And Ms. Walsh.
The time is 11:34. This meeting is adjourned.
Hey, Jamie, I'm going to leave this here to shred. I just tore out the pages to keep for record. And to be honest, in the future, if you just want me to do this, I don't need all the